If you like the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment for more videos like this.
What is the most terrifying entity or creepiest, skin-crawling paranormal sighting you've ever had? One that still haunts you to this day?
I live near a patch of woods, not far from a few camping sites. There's an old basketball court close by, stone floor, 2 rusty hoops that barely stay up. It's pretty busted, but it's still our go-to spot when my friends and I want to hang out. It was a warm day last summer. We headed out to play some basketball, mess around, and just chill. Everything was normal at first, just us ducking around. Then we heard barking. It wasn't loud at first, but it felt off. The pitch kept changing. Sometimes it sounded close, sometimes super far away. Almost like it was moving around fast. My friend shrugged it off as some dog from one of the campsites nearby. I didn't say much. I didn't want to seem strange for being creeped out by a dog. We kept playing. About 10 minutes later, I missed a shot pretty bad, and the ball bounced off deep into the woods. Of course, they made me go grab it since I was the one who messed up. As I walked toward it, something felt off. I couldn't explain why, I just had that tight feeling in my gut. Like I shouldn't be there. The barking kicked in again, this time louder, like it was really close. Still, I didn't want to make a big deal, so I kept going. I bent down to pick up the ball, and that's when it hit me, this sharp pain in my palm out of nowhere. Almost like my body was screaming at me to get out. I grabbed the ball and ran back, hand throbbing like crazy. I told my friends I was done for the day, that my hand hurt too much to play. They asked what happened, but I just said I didn't know. They kept playing, and I sat off to the side, trying to chill out, hoping the pain would go away. After a while, the barking stopped. Things went quiet. Then I realized I had to pee, like, really bad. Asked if they wanted to go home yet, but they said no, they were still having fun. So I walked behind the court, deeper into the woods where they couldn't see me, and relieved myself. That's when things got creepy again. I felt like someone was watching me. Not just nearby, right there, like behind a tree or something. It was quiet, too quiet. Then, as I started walking back, the barking started again. This time it was loud, and it honestly felt like it was right behind me. My hand started hurting again, even worse than before. I ran back and told my friends I had to leave, making up some excuse about needing to help my mom. As soon as I got farther from the woods, everything started to feel normal again. Pain faded, and barking stopped. I never really talked about it. Figured no one would believe me, or they'd just laugh it off. But something happened that day, and it still messes with me a little. I don't know what it was. My best guess is a skinwalker. Scary encounter. So today I was out with my friends like usual. In our town there's a church on top of a hill, and we went to that church to chill because my friend's house isn't far away from this, and currently we were chilling and having fun. But before I start with the weird encounter, my town is locally known for having some insane people, so normally we're used to scary encounters like what I'm about to tell. So we were sitting on benches like 10 to 15 meters away at the church, and we already heard goat-like screams, so we were already on alert, but we didn't expect that a man was making these sounds, and at the side of that church there is a staircase that allows you to go up to the church, and this guy was going up these, and we didn't think much of it because the people here are most likely insane, but it still was weird for me because I've never had an encounter like that, and I mean it when I say it. So this guy walked into the church because this church is always open, and he grabbed himself a Bible while making weird goat sounds. Then we searched for another place that's not that far away because we didn't want to go far away because my friend's house is near that, and after we switched places, we saw him walking out. We still could see him in the church and the graveyard, and he was making weird sounds, sounding like a weird goat. He was walking towards the firefighter memorials. We didn't see much, but we could only hear him making goat sounds in weird patterns, like sometimes repeating the sound or stopping completely. After that, we ran because we were way too scared because this kind of craziness is very unusual in my town, so we left. This happened 43 minutes ago as of now, and I don't know if it was just some guy tripping on drugs or a real crazy person. He was wearing a hood, and it was dark, so we couldn't take a good look at this guy. Feel free to ask questions, and I have summer break anyways, so I'm going to try tomorrow to catch a photo or something else to verify that this story is real or not. And I wanted to ask if someone knows if this is some kind of satanic ritual or something. The ghost traumatized me for life. I remember it so vividly. I was 12 years old and had just moved into a new house in rural Missouri. It was a winter school night. Well, school morning. I woke up randomly at exactly 5:23 a.m., a couple hours before my alarm clock would go off, which wasn't a normal thing for me, as I was a heavy sleeper. For a little context, I only had a twin bed and a nightstand next to it with my alarm clock on top, and an empty bookshelf across the room. Like I said, we'd just moved in, so my room was pretty empty at the time. I stared at my alarm clock for a moment, still half asleep, before I felt a weird chill up my spine and felt that someone was watching me. I then turned my head over to the end of my bed to see the silhouette of my little brother, who was about 7 years old at the time, standing at the edge of it in the darkness. My first instinct was to get angry at him. "Xander, what are you doing in my room? Get out." Silence. "Xander," I said again as I sat up in bed. But the only response I got from him was that he took a few steps closer to me. I leaned in closer, and he did as well, but very much more than I did. I then see through the moonlight that the creature isn't my little brother at all. It's a faceless child, inches away from my face. It didn't have hair, clothes, or anything. Just white skin. It almost looked like Dear David, if you've ever heard about that story before, except without the caved-in head. The moment I realized this, I screamed as loud as I could, which seemed to startle it. My scream sent it flying backwards to the ground, and it knocked my alarm clock down in the process. It began to crawl backwards, almost spider-like, into the corner of my bookshelf and curled up on the floor, burying its head into its knees. At that moment, my mom entered the room, turned on the light, and asked me what was wrong. When she turned on the light, it was gone. I was sobbing and shaking and told her what had happened, but she said I was only dreaming. I tried telling her that no, I was very much awake, and pointed to my alarm clock, which was face down and halfway across the room. She still insisted it was just a dream but let me sleep in her room regardless. I didn't even enter my room for 2 weeks until my mom forced me to. I never saw it again, but that didn't mean me and my family were ghost-free. We constantly heard things. Cups sliding across the counters, bells ringing, child voices, etc. I'm 23 now, and when I look back on that memory, I know it was probably just a child spirit that was curious. And if that's the case, I truly feel bad for it. But it still traumatized the duck out of me. I just talked to my mom about this. She said that actually, she believed me at the time and was just as scared as I was. She just didn't want to scare me even more by validating the experience. To this very day, I try not to look for him in the dark at night. Some sort of ghost sighting. So this story takes place in my youthful days, around the time I was 15 or 16. I lived with my grandmother at that age, and she would leave town every weekend, leaving me to keep the house while she was away. I had experienced creepy things in the house, such as objects being moved, despite me not moving them, or hearing noises with no apparent reason for the noise. I chalked it up to my imagination, however, and ignored most of these happenings. I did, however, try to have company as much as I could, so as not to experience these things alone. I had my 2 best friends over, Timothy and Kirk. We had decided that we would stay up all night, eating junk food and playing Xbox. Everything was going smoothly. I had company and felt safe with my friends. My friend had to cancel at the last minute and needed to walk home. He lived quite far away from where I did and did not want to walk home alone. They both decided to leave together around 11 p.m., and I understood. You had to walk through a wooded area, which was creepy enough, and it was late. I said goodnight to both my friends and went about my business. I was pretty tired and after reaching a checkpoint in my game decided to go to sleep in the living room area, where we had a futon. I started to feel the sleep wearing off when I noticed the volume on the TV rising. I used to sleep with it on for noise. I opened my eyes and saw Timothy sitting on a rocking recliner watching a program. I asked politely, "Could you turn it down, please?" I almost fell asleep, and went crashing again to the futon. It took a minute to finally realize, and I thought, "Tim left an hour ago?" I darted up to see this thing was not Timothy. It had an elongated face with an open mouth. I stared at it for a few moments. The thing was staring back, and it was so quiet you'd hear a pin drop. It started vibrating, or shaking incredibly fast, and started to fade away. It left the rocking chair squeaking as it vanished. I had dug my face into my pillow and began praying and muttering, "It's not real," over and over again. I fell asleep despite my fear, and when I woke up, I called my friends to sleep over again. I would rather not be alone with this thing around. This story comes from my mom, my brother, and my friend Aaron. I was just a baby at the time and have no memory of it. Aaron used to live in a house a 5-minute walk from ours. Here's the story. In December 2008, my mom and 2 brothers were at home, about to have dinner, when Aaron banged frantically on our door, pleading to be let in. We opened the door, and he stood there, terrified, with a look of horror on his face, his teeth chattering. He had walked barefoot through the snow from his house 2 hours. He didn't speak for several minutes. My mom invited him in, made him tea, and gave him food. After calming down, he shared what happened. According to Aaron, he was alone in his house when he heard heavy stomping. He went downstairs and noticed all the cupboards moving on their own. Then he saw every light in the house, except the hall light, flickering on and off. Kitchen items were being thrown onto the floor. Despite this, he continued downstairs, where he saw a completely black figure with red eyes staring at him. Frozen with fear, he watched as the figure glided toward him. His flight instincts kicked in, and he sprinted through the snow to our house. That wasn't the end. Shortly after Aaron arrived, we received a phone call from his house, though no one was there. My mom answered and heard only heavy breathing for 20 seconds before the call disconnected. Aaron stayed at our house that night. The next day, we returned with him to his house, which was in disarray. Kitchen items like knives and forks were scattered across the floor, cupboards were open, chairs were knocked over, and other objects were moved. Aaron and his mom remained in the house for a few more months before moving out. His mom decided to leave after an incident where she felt an unknown force push her down the stairs, causing significant injuries. Years later, I was walking past the house at night when it was unoccupied and saw someone staring at me from a window. Various people have lived in that house since, but none stayed longer than 3 years. I never asked them about any unusual activity. The house hasn't been occupied since 2019. What is in that house? A demon, an evil poltergeist, or something else? I used to be a night security officer on a college campus, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. The campus has existed since the colonial days and even features a graveyard from the 1600s that belonged to the original colonists. The area was then used as a fort. The fort initially started as a wooden structure, then was upgraded over the years to a stone brick fortress, whose walls still remain, and eventually transformed into a modern concrete fort that was used during World War II. The officers' buildings, hospital, etc., were all converted into dorms and classrooms. In the officers' quarters, I would see shadow people walking through walls and hear voices, including children giggling, and screams, and at one point I heard chains. Other people would report getting locked in rooms without locks, seeing people sitting at tables, and other similar stories. You would also go through to turn out all the lights and lock up. Then a light would turn on again. I would never go through it a second time if that happened. Oh, also I just remembered the most skin-crawling experience. I must have been suppressing the memory, because it scared the duck out of me and still does. Once, when locking up the officer's building, I had my old phone set to record. I asked if anyone was there, and when I left the building, I played it back. Right after I asked if anyone was there, I received a sharp, loud whisper, "Chris." It knew my name. Looking back, I'm wondering if that place was demonic. You also had the old hospital. Once in the basement, I clearly heard a man speaking. With the doors locked and having already swept the building, I knew I was the only one in there. There was the time I saw a shadow person run through the graveyard. It's at the end of a street with only a handful of light sources. I had a clear view of the graveyard, and I was the only one out there. The tall, skinny figure clearly had arms and legs and darted across from left to right. There was nobody in front of the street lamps. I can keep going, but you asked for the most skin-crawling ones. I miss that place. A lot. Probably shouldn't, now that I know what the signs of demonic entities are. But I still find myself drawn there. It's been 5 years since I got out. As a teen, my parents would send my sister and me up to NY for summer break. It was the best memory. There was one night, though, that terrified me and is always stuck in my mind. I was out with a friend late at night cruising in the car, windows down, listening to good music, and having the best time. Anyway, a sequence of events led up to where we were being chased in our car. I'm not going to elaborate on this part, and in an effort to hide, we went into a deeply wooded long road that was some kind of a county park or wildlife preserve. I'm not sure exactly because it wasn't a place we planned to go to or knew about. It just looked like a dark place where we could hide for a bit. As we were speeding through the woods, it was so dark, with not really any street lights or signs, and we swerved into a mini park opening type area, unpaved, dirt road type, and our headlights revealed, in the dark, in a clearing in the woods, a gathering of about 8 to 10 persons standing in a large circle, dressed in long white robes and white hoods. They were chanting in a low tone. As our headlights exposed them, they immediately turned to look in our direction. The hoods were all white, covering the whole face, with just 2 holes for eyes. For a few seconds we stared at them, and they stared back. Suddenly one of them started sprinting at us in the car. My friend started cursing, and I was screaming as he slammed on the gas and reversed out of there. We got out of there and made it home eventually. It was well after midnight, and I just remember us sitting quietly in the car in shock. We had no idea what we just saw. We figured it was the KKK or something, but we never talked about it again after that night. This was before the smartphone era, and it was before the Google everything mentality, so it never came to my mind to research it until today. I googled the area we were in KKK meetings in the woods in the middle of the night. I got an instant match. Whiskey Hollow Road, New York. It is a 5-mile road cutting through the woods that is now closed at night because the KKK and satanic cults frequently did meetings and ritual sacrifices there at night. It's said it's rumored that people were murdered there, including children. Apparently it is very haunted. If you're interested, just Google it, the stories are horrible. This is crazy. I'm like 99% sure this is where we were, unless there is another similar place that a local central New Yorker can offer up. Something was in the chapel. So, last night and tonight, a couple of areas of asphalt are being slurried, re-tarring the asphalt. Last night was the ER driveway in Ambulance Bay. Because of this, ambulances were required to come in via the upstairs main entrance. Being security, I was posted at the main lobby desk to assist EMS and other potential patients/guests to the ER. For some context, I was alone. Staffing sucks, especially in my department. The main entrance is right next to the chapel, and at the end of the hall opposite the main hallway are the lower rooms of the chapel, where priests and later OB/GYN doctors would stay overnight. That's a whole other creepy area I have stories about. The chapel is a historic building that's connected to the modern hospital. Built in 18-something. It's closed to the public because an earthquake a few years back caused damage and the risk of the balcony detaching and collapsing. Only security, maintenance, and a few choice admins are allowed access. Anywho, I'm chilling at the desk, stupidly watching Tragic Tales, Abyssal Detective, and the occasional The Paranormal Files, because I'm a very disturbed person lol. It's roughly 3:34, and there hasn't been another soul in sight for a good hour or two. I heard taps coming from the hallway toward the chapel. Now, this could have been anything. I'm seated beside a decorative water feature, the air circulation system isn't the quietest, and from somewhere within the gift shop/pharmacy and coffee shop is a beep from an alarm system. But this was distinct tapping, like someone impatiently tapping their foot. It wasn't consistent, maybe 2 or 3 taps every few seconds. Then there was the rustling of papers. This is what pulled me away from my not-so-comfy chair. I rounded the corner, ready to throw hands, and found nobody. Absolutely nothing. I went back to the desk, but I was feeling too restless to sit, so I went out for a smoke break. I didn't want to go far from the entrance, so I sat on a bench in the little brick patio area. Out of sheer, stupid curiosity, I shined my flashlight up at the top windows of the chapel, the stained glass ones that are where the services used to be held. My flashlight is maybe a little dimmer than the sun. I can seriously blind someone with it on its highest setting. There is nothing unusual about the ornate panels, which depict the apostles or other figures I do not recognize, as I am no longer religious and know little about Catholicism. I moved my beam to the back windows where the small corridor is behind the podium, the little area that has the hazardously narrow staircase leading down to the lower floor, and I saw movement. A shadow, but definitely human-shaped. Great, now I have to go inspect it. I've encountered homeless people who've entered through the crawlspace below the chapel, so there was no way in hell I was going alone. I called my big bro in ICU, who loves getting involved with security affairs. Big dude, 6 feet 2 inches maybe, somewhere between 200 to 220 pounds of very little fat and mainly muscle. Instantly, yes, he meets me in the main lobby. We go into the chapel from the lower floor to walk through the rooms and exit through the congregation area. We don't find anything in the lower area. As we're walking through the rows of pews upstairs, we both start to notice something, fresh prints in the distance on the pews. Like, butt cheeks and handprints. Then we hear the tapping. It's a bit muffled, the floor has thin carpeting on it. But it's enough to scare even Big Bro. We leave immediately, and I lock the doors behind us. I've never seen Big Bro scared like that, he's usually so gung-ho about stuff. I don't think I'll ever go in there by myself again, and I highly doubt Big Bro will return even in the daylight. No eyes. When I was 19, I was always out and about looking for a new bar to venture to. I and a friend were hunting for places we had never been before until we came across an old, shoddy pub that had been built out of old ships from the yard across in the 1800s. My friend and I thought it would be a good idea to spend the whole day in this bar until nightfall. Most people in there seemed nice at the time, but there was always something a bit off about how they acted and talked, but I thought nothing of it. When it came to us ordering our last drink, the bartender told us to stay away from the alley stairs at the side of the bar, as he said people have felt really uneasy walking through after 12 p.m. So we head out of the bar, and as usual, my idiot of a friend always thought it was a good idea to have a little peek up the alley. This was not a normal alley, it was the darkest alley, with over 60 steps in it to get to the top, with other alleys turning off from it. My friend then starts running through it, trying to be cocky. All I heard was his manly voice turned into a girlish scream. As soon as I got up to my friend, he was left speechless by what he saw, and for a tough guy like him, if he was shaking, I was twice as bad. He kept repeating 2 words, "No eyes." I've never felt this uneasy before and had a cold chill down my spine as I slowly turned to see someone with a disfigured face walking up the stairs with a hand over one eye and the other hand out, basically asking for something. Safe to say we have never run that fast before to get away from whatever it was. My friend will still not go out anywhere with me to this day. It grinned at me. I spent most of my childhood going back and forth between my grandparents and my great-grandparents' houses. They lived right next to each other with just a gravel driveway separating the 2 houses, so it wasn't a long journey between the 2. One section of my grandparents' basement was dedicated to my grandpa's model trains. This section was about the size of a large master bedroom, and the trains took up the entire area. There were tunnels and towns, factories and train stations. It was like a wonderland for a 7-year-old kid. One day I walked over to my grandparents' house and found out that my grandpa and my uncle were in the basement running the trains. I quickly ran down the basement steps and headed for the doorway to the hall that led to the area that held the trains. About halfway to that door, I suddenly stopped dead in my tracks. I can't remember clearly what made me stop, but I think it was a sound. I turned to look, and there was a shadow on the wall that looked like a face. It clearly had eyes and a mouth, but no other features that I can remember. I stood there trying to figure out what was making that shadow on the wall. It must have been cold outside because my grandma would hang up clothes in the basement on the metal rafter that ran the entire length of the basement. I told myself that the clothes hanging there must somehow be making the shadow look like a face, and I was about to continue on my way. That's when the edges of the mouth turned upward into a grin. It wasn't a nice grin like "Hi, welcome to the basement, young man." It was a menacing evil grin, like, "No one is going to hear you scream when I start eating your face, young man." If you've never seen something like this, I can't really explain the feeling that runs through your body. It was like every hair on my whole body stood on end at the same time. I've heard people say, "A chill ran down my spine," but that doesn't accurately explain this feeling, and people that have seen something like this know what I'm talking about. It's kind of like an electric shock running through your entire body. I was utterly terrified, and I was only 7 years old, so I did the only thing I knew to do in this situation. I absolutely lost it. I started screaming and crying, and it just stayed there grinning at me. My grandpa and my uncle came running in, and my grandma came running down the stairs. I turned to look at my grandpa, and when I looked back, it was gone. They tried to tell me my mind was playing tricks on me and that I was just imagining it, but I know what I saw. There were no shadows on that wall after it disappeared, so there was nothing there for my mind or my eyes to misinterpret or confuse. I'll never forget it as long as I live, and to this day when I think about it, it gives me goosebumps. I've had a long time to think about it over the years, and I don't think I was supposed to be able to see it. Once it realized that I could. I think that's when it grinned, like it was pleased that I was able to see it. I don't know if that's true, but I think it is. Made my skin crawl. This is probably the weirdest paranormal/unexplainable experience I've had. I felt someone poke their finger in my back while I was lying on my side in bed. I work swing shift, so when I get home from work, everyone is asleep. I usually watch some TV to unwind before going to bed. Because of that, I always make sure the bedroom doors are closed so I don't wake up my wife and kids. I noticed the master bedroom door was closed but not latched, so I figured that should be fine. A few minutes later I hear PSST coming from the master bedroom. I look, and now the door is ajar enough to stick your head out. I figured the wife is feeling frisky, so I jump up and walk in the bedroom. She is in bed covered up, and I'm thinking she's pretending to be asleep. I climb in bed and tell her to stop playing. She wakes up. She was not pretending. We've been married a long time, so I know how she is when she wakes up. Ha. Long story short, I explained to her what happened, and she's weirded out like I was. Ha. Made my skin crawl, and it was hard to fall asleep that night. Ever since that night I randomly feel something around me. The hair on my neck will stand up, and I'll feel like I'm being watched. Chased by a disembodied laugh at night. My friends and I were out one night and wanted to go to a store to get some snacks to eat. It was around 10 p.m., and there was only one store we knew of that was open in that area, so we started walking to it. We decided to cut through a golf course just for the heck of it and stopped at a big pond that was in the middle of the golf course. We stayed there for maybe 10 minutes just talking and sitting around. While we were chilling, we heard a laugh come from quite a distance away. At first, we didn't think much of it because the laugh sounded like it came from a distant neighborhood bordering the golf course. One thing I should add before continuing is that the golf course either had its lights off that night or didn't have any to begin with. It was pitch black except for the faint light from the moon and the houses in the distance. Anyways, the laugh didn't scare us at first, because it was far away. We got up and started walking for the path that leads to the exit of the golf course when we heard the laugh again, only this time much closer. The area we were chilling in was at one edge of the pond, and on the other edge was a small wooded area, and that's where we heard the second laugh. After the second laugh, we decided to just get the hell out of there and went for the exit even faster. Once we got to the path, we heard the laughter again for the third time. This time it was in the exact area where we were chilling. At that point, we all got off the path and ran through another set of woods that would lead us to a main road, but before we got into the tree line, one of my friends and I looked back to see what it was. There was nobody there. Despite there being no light posts, there were no trees by where we were at, and the moonlight would have at least been enough for us to see the shape or silhouette of a person. While running through the woods, we heard the laugh once more, this time on the path we were just at. We got through the woods and made it to the main road, and that was the end of the encounter. One thing I want to add is that the time between the first and second laugh was about a minute or two, and the distance between them was really far. We barely heard the first laugh, and a minute later, we heard it at the other side of the pond, loud and clear. Whatever it was moving unnaturally fast. The laugh itself sounded like a classic witch cackle. I understand that it could have been two or more people trying to be funny, which is why it seemed like it was moving fast, but the part that gets me is that we didn't see anyone. We had a clear view of the pond, and we were still close enough to it when we heard the third laugh, but there was no one there, despite the laugh clearly coming from that area. The laughs were also very similar. It didn't sound like two different people laughing. Has anyone had any experiences similar to this? What do you think it could have been? Feel free to ask any questions below, and I'll answer them as best as I can. A few months ago, my dad and I went out at midnight to a secluded spot in the middle of nowhere, near a water tower. We were there to watch a meteor shower that was going on. There were no lights at all except for the stars and moon. The shower was spectacular, but something felt off. Every now and then, out of the corner of my eye, I would detect something flickering in or out of my vision. For a good while, I just shrugged it off. I wouldn't really see anything if I glanced over. Just a dark horizon with the silhouettes of distant trees past the tower. Then finally I saw it. While glancing over at the tower, I distinctly witnessed it. Something just disappeared on the horizon. I stared a moment longer in confusion, and it reappeared. It was a tree, only it couldn't be. What is that? I began to feel uneasy. My dad was confused. He asked me what I meant. I didn't reply. I was too fixated on the object as it vanished once more only to reappear not quite where it was before. Panic began to overwhelm me as I realized that it was definitely not a tree. What the hell is that? It wasn't a tree, it was a person, and it was on the tower. I began to walk backwards out of fear. I could sense danger from this entity. I finally responded to my dad, pointing in the direction of the anomaly. But he just couldn't see it. His night vision is nowhere near as good as mine. It vanished again, but this time when it came back, it wasn't on the tower, it was on the ground. I urged my dad that we have to go now, this wasn't right at all. Fortunately he agreed to go, and we set off down the path to the car. Shortly after, we were out of sight of the tower. Terror then struck at full force. It reappeared, now well away from the tower and closer yet. It was following us. We were only feet from the car. I scrambled in, and we were on our way. Even in the safety of the car, I felt paranoid, constantly scanning my surroundings. I was afraid it was still there even though I couldn't see anything. It took about a week before I was able to get a good night's sleep. I was working downtown in St. Louis. This old factory had burnt down twice. The bonus for scaring someone until they piss themselves is $20 cash. Part of the story is to give you what we actors have to shoot for. I was making $18 per hour, plus this bonus. So all the fake fog, strobes, black lights, and spider webs are the cheesy ambience. Let's not forget the actor at the entrance telling a creepy story to include all the horrific details and adding gory details and twisting the truth a bit to boost the hysteria to unnerve the guests who've paid their $30 to get the shit scared out of them. No one was expecting a ghost spirit to fade into view. This kid was watching me as I was teaching others how to use the strobes and fog to appear to fade or phase through the wall. After assigning these teenagers to their scenes, this one kid looked way out of place. He showed up in full costume and makeup. Half the face is a mass of severe burn scar tissue. His clothes had scorched and charred into his makeup. While teaching these teens my banshee wail, this kid loved how I had the other teens cringe or fall back. I studied his makeup and could mimic his techniques. At the end of each night I was awarded multiple bonuses. I was sure this kid was using my screaming and phase techniques much better than I was. I saw him at the end of the night, about 4 a.m., so I called to him. He acted like he didn't hear me. I followed him down a flight of stairs till the passage dead ended. I let it go till that night. The next night he was just there. I kept the cash from all the bonuses and was going to pay him. He never spoke and would run off when I ran after him. I had to make sure he was paid and got the money he worked so hard for. Halloween night, our final show. His makeup looked so real, he seemed to make it look so real it hurt to look at him. Let's not forget about the smell of burnt clothing and seared and rotting flesh. I approached him with the owner to let him know he was the one scaring guests like no one ever had. He spoke in a chillingly raspy voice. I enjoyed every minute, and he thanked us for letting him play. The joy of seeing people that didn't belong in his house fear for their lives was payment enough. He thanked me for showing him how to express his tormented soul's desires. Then he faded into the wall laughing as he became an image burnt into our minds. I've seen him about the same time each year, a little more decomposed. I had started working there when I was 17 years old. I'm 58 years old now, and I work nearby the old building. Homeless or unhoused people refuse to enter the structure. I can see him standing in the doorway. Sunken eyeless sockets, dried leather-like material hanging off his skeletal structure. A moving, shrieking prop from a house that finally burned out after the tornado that ripped through this year. No one to play with, but no one trespassing now. I hear it at night as I drive by. Thank you, my friend, be well. Back when I was a young lad in high school, I had a girlfriend who was into the occult. Played the Ouija, carved sigils into her doorway, and had an interest in demonology. So anywho, at some point in our relationship, her parents allowed me to sleep over from time to time. I should mention that her room was on the top floor. Her younger siblings didn't like sleeping up there, they had an extra bed outside her room. Said it was creepy at night. So one day it gets late, so everyone calls it a night. I could sleep over only if we slept apart. She sleeps in a sleeping bag with her sisters, and I slept alone upstairs. I'm in her bed getting ready to fall asleep when I hear it. Instantly my blood froze from fear. I did not move for a long time. It was growling. A deep rumbling growling that went on for a good 10 minutes. As a skeptic, my mind raced searching for a logical answer. They had a black lab, but I knew for a fact he was downstairs with her brother. And he's heavy, I would have heard him coming up the stairs. I thought maybe rats? I've heard the sounds a rat can make, and deep, low-pitched growling isn't one of them. Maybe someone walking on gravel outside? Nope, no gravel in her yard nor the neighbors. I told her the next day, and her response was, "Oh yeah, that happens from time to time." There is a place where I have seen so many ghosts that I've started calling it Ghost Ridge. There is a tiny abandoned graveyard on the road going to the stables where I keep my horse. It's a family plot. A husband, a wife, a grown son, and 3 small sons, all died under 5. The most recent plot was from the 1930s. This place is derelict, and one of the children's graves had caved in, and I could see the tiny coffin. I felt sorry for the ramshackle place. I went to clean it up one day. I covered the exposed coffin in soil. Covered the opening with a tarp. Swept up the sticks and leaves. Picked up litter. I also put down toys on the kids' graves and flowers on the adults' graves. And that's when things got very weird. It started when I saw the group of adults standing under a tree a distance away. They said nothing. They just stared. I thought they were real people. Because this was a public field accessible from almost any direction, and we weren't that far away from public buildings like schools. So I didn't think much of it. I waved and then went back to what I was doing. I put down a plastic carriage and horse down on the 5-year-old's grave. I felt something tug my shirt hard. I turned around. Nothing was there. I felt fingers brush along the back of my arm. Looked again. Nothing again. The plastic horse had started bouncing up and down on its own. I looked away and looked back, and I saw a solid-looking little boy squatting down over the toy, his hand on the horse. He was utterly fascinated by it. I was terrified out of my wits. I had no idea where this boy had come from. There was only one entrance to the graveyard, and it was surrounded by a high fence. And why would a little boy be alone in a graveyard? I run out of the cemetery at that point. When I got to my car, I turned around. Everyone was gone. The boy and the adults. That's when I realized they had all been ghosts. I scrambled into my car and hightailed it out there. Next time I drove past it, I saw in my mirror a lone figure standing in the middle of the road. A grown older man. Just staring and not moving. I started taking a different road to the yard. This happened a month ago. The new road doesn't go directly past the graveyard. It is roughly 800 meters away from the site. I still see figures in that grave around and surrounding it, popping in and out of view right before my eyes. There were at least 5 adults in the group. I never drive directly past Ghost Ridge anymore. Ever. The most hair-raising experience that happened to me. My mother has always been very into the paranormal. Ever since I was a kid, she loved watching ghost hunters and any type of paranormal investigators. I didn't really believe in ghosts back then until one profound experience changed my perspective. When I was 10-11-ish, my dad and uncles, brothers and cousins, took me on my first real hunt for pheasants. I wasn't old enough to hold a shotgun, so I carried a BB gun to fit in, lol. As was the tradition that my gramps had done with my dad and my dad had done with my 2 older brothers, my dad brought us to his grandfather's grave to introduce us to the strong hunting tradition in our family. He said a little prayer and proclaimed that we could now start the hunt with my great-grandpa's blessing. Now, my dad is from a very small town in ND, like population 100, and the cemetery we were at was literally in the middle of nowhere. As we are driving away, I'm in the back seat, and something compelled me to turn around and look back. Standing right where we were just standing was an elderly man in overalls with a blue shirt on and glasses, waving at us as we left. Being younger, I figured it was someone who worked there and didn't think anything of it at the time. Fast forward some 8 to 9 years, and I'm visiting my parents for Christmas back from college. My dad was telling me he had written a poem about his grandparents and hung it in the living room. When I looked at the poem, I saw he had included a picture of my great-grandparents, which, mind you, I have not seen many photos of since the picture was back in the day when smartphones were not as common. My hair immediately stood on end when I saw the photo because my great-grandpa was wearing the literal exact outfit of the man I had seen all those years ago. When I asked my dad about his outfit, he said that was the outfit he'd always wear when he would work, and my dad had seen him wear it numerous times. I told my parents essentially this story, and my mom immediately believed me, while my dad was even surprised that that had occurred and could not find a logical explanation. To this day, it's one of the most profound and hair-raising things to happen to me. I don't tell this story often, as I think most people would dismiss it, but thanks for letting me share, as even writing this, my skin is crawling and I get shivers down my spine. Something that looked like my mother but wasn't. This is one of my many paranormal experiences, but this one has been haunting me for years, and I feel the need to share it. It happened 9 years ago when I was just a 13-year-old kid. Before I tell you what happened, you need to understand the layout of my former house. We moved out. Imagine the letter T and the inverted version of it, then join them together at the vertical line. The vertical line is the hallway, and there are 2 rooms at the top facing each other. At the bottom there is 1 bedroom and the bathroom facing each other, and there is my room between them facing the hallway. I always had a sleeping problem, so I was wide awake at 3 a.m. I was watching the dark hallway like I usually do when I couldn't sleep. But on that particular night, I was more restless and felt like something was very wrong. The feeling of uneasiness sat in the pit of my stomach. It was like I was waiting for something horrifying to happen, and it was inevitable. While my unease was getting stronger and stronger and I could feel pain stemming from dread, I suddenly saw my mom walking out of the bedroom and towards the bathroom area. I was overcome with relief. I even heard the noise of the bathroom door handle. It was old and loose, so it made a jingling sound. I got up and out of the bed to talk to her so that I could calm down, but when I walked past the doorframe and saw that the bathroom area was completely empty, I was frozen in place. Words can't even describe the horror I felt. I had goosebumps all over my body, and I also felt like cold water was splashed down my head. I stood there, unable to turn my back to the dark hallway, and glanced at the bedroom. My mom and dad were sleeping peacefully, unaware of what just happened to me. Somehow I found the strength to walk back to my bed and got under the covers while shaking from fear. I don't remember falling asleep, maybe I passed out from fear. Even to this day, even after 9 years, I'm sure what I saw was identical to my mom. Her curly and shiny black hair was what made me feel sure it was my mom. What I failed to realize was that my mom didn't have a completely white set of pajamas, and that thing was wearing it. As I've said at the beginning, this is just one of many things that happened to me in that house, and it's not limited to that place. It's like something always follows me, even my sister witnessed it happening 2 or 3 times. I have no idea, though. Saw something strange in my bedroom as a child. For some background, well into my teens I had a lot of anxiety related to sleep and windows, because as a child, up to the age of 4 or 5, my alcoholic neighbor would come home drunk and peer in through my bedroom window. Because of that, I could only sleep in rooms without windows or that at least had blackout curtains. As a result of this anxiety, I used a nightlight in my room until I was about 6 or 7 years old. At some point, my mom replaced my old nightlight with one that did not have a conventional bulb. Instead, the whole thing just glowed, casting a bluish light. I hated the thing, to the point that I would rather sleep in complete darkness than have it plugged in. The blue light cast eerie shadows across the room. I took to hiding it so my mom could not find it. On this particular night, my mom dressed herself for bed and then put me to bed before heading off to sleep herself. This was our routine. My mom had just left, shutting off the lights as she went, and I had just rolled over. Because of my anxiety, it always took me a little while to settle in and get comfortable with my surroundings before I could actually fall asleep. Again, I had just rolled over and was in the process of getting comfortable when I noticed my headboard was illuminated in blue light. At that point I was annoyed, stress that, annoyed, not fearful nor anxious. I rolled back over, prepared to jump out of bed and rip the nightlight out of the wall. I had assumed my mom had somehow found it and plugged it in when I was not looking. The glow was not from the nightlight. When I looked to where it should have been, it wasn't there. Instead, there was a ball of blue light, bobbing up and down in the center of my room. It looked like a miniature blue sun, complete with a corona, but dim, maybe as bright as a cell phone screen. It was roughly the size of a softball. Now, up to the moment I saw the ball of light, my memories are crystal clear. My mom had just left the room, I had just rolled over, and I noticed the glow on my headboard, all within a minute, if that. I remember having one foot out of bed, getting ready to hit the floor. However, from the moment I saw the light, my memories became jumbled. The next thing I clearly remember was screaming my head off, except I was in bed, tucked in, face down in my pillow. I had thought my mom would have come in immediately. She had to have been right at the door, because she had just closed it. When she did finally come in, she had pillow lines on her face, and she looked barely awake. Needless to say, she said it was a dream, but to this day, I know that it wasn't. To be honest, I cannot say what it was. I don't know, but I just need to talk about it. So around 2019, at the time I was somewhere around 12 or 13, my dad had custody over me, and I was only allowed to visit with my mom, and I could only go to her parents', which is my grandparents' house. My grandparents had a kind of a steep driveway going off to the left and then a road leading down to an intersection that would go onto a highway, so I would always ride my bike that her parents had over there. It was about Sunday at 2 p.m. Coming back from church, I usually would ride my bike up and down that road, but this time it was a little bit different coming up the driveway. I thought I'd see a dog in the road, all white, but it was standing up now. Mind you, this was like a couple 100 feet away. It's very vivid, but it was a tall, maybe 6 foot, white silhouette of, like, a man in a white coat. I got up off of my bike just to try and get a good look at it, but then, out of nowhere, it just disappeared, like it crouched down on the road where I could see it because it was a little bit curved up so I couldn't see over it. I didn't really mind it at the time. I went back up to my grandparents' house. Didn't really think much about it. It was 4:30 p.m. I'm getting ready to go on back to my dad's house. I get my dad's house, fast forward to now. In August 2021, I'm 15 around my birthday. Don't remember the exact day. I got my driver's license. And to celebrate my early 16th birthday and getting my driver's license, I go to one of my friends' houses. We don't really do anything. We just hang out and talk about life and all that stuff. We decide we go outside because he had a little park near his parents' apartment complex. We go chill over at the park, doing a little walk around, and part of the walk trail goes into a section of the woods because it circles around a little man-made lake. It's probably 5 or 4 p.m. We're coming up to the little woods section of the trail, and that's when I get a good look at what I saw back in 2019. I was right, it was a man. He looked exactly how he did years after I got terrified. My friend saw him too, but whatever it was didn't really do anything. I shit you not, it was just dangling by a tree. It goes behind a tree and disappears, and obviously we will be able to see its back poking out, but nope, it just vanishes, so we decide to dip. We get my friend's car, we go to his parents' apartment complex, and we spend the night there, we couldn't really sleep. We just kind of stood up all night thinking about it. And it's time for me to go back to my house, my dad's house. I still haven't gotten a job yet, so I don't have enough money to afford a house. I'm 17 now. My dad is now in a relationship with a new fiancée. We're living probably 45 minutes from where my grandparents were. Around 11 p.m., I awaken to the sound of objects shifting outside. My initial thought is probably bears because we live in an area prone to them. I still check outside my window, and as soon as I open my curtains, the rustling stops. It scared me at first, so I shut them back immediately. Probably 10 minutes later, I'm up on my phone. I have to look again. I literally could almost shit myself. I encounter that same exact figure standing out in the woods, all white, a 6-foot, probably middle-aged man. I run to go wake up my parents, but by the time they get out the door, they don't see it, or it just disappeared like it always has. I don't know if I should contact the police about it and try to file a report because this thing, whatever it is, has been following me around for most of my life, and no, I don't have any mental disorders. I am a healthy person. The only thing I have been diagnosed with is ADHD. I think I have anxiety, but that doesn't really matter. I just really want to know if anybody has any idea of what this is, posting this comment at exactly March 11, 2025, at 4:13 a.m. I lived in a house where serious paranormal activity occurred. I've seen shadow people. I was in the living room, and I saw a shadow of a man walk past one window, on the outside, and then walk past the next window. I thought my brother was outside and was about to come through the back door, but he didn't. I asked my mom what he was doing outside, and she said he's at work. That sent off alarm bells that someone was in the backyard. But no one was there. Ducking shadow people. One night, the lights in mine and my brother's bedroom, we shared a room, started flashing without reason. My mom came in, and it stopped, and the lights were still on, but the switch was in the off position. My sister saw demonic shadows closing in on her from all directions one night. Her rocking chair was rocking back and forth by itself, violently. And the drawers on her dresser were opening and slamming closed on their own. Again, my mom walked in because my sister was screaming, and everything stopped. My mom could see the chair still rocking but slowing to a stop and could hear the sound of the handles of the dresser still swinging. One time, the dog was having the time of its life having its tummy scratched by no one. We were all watching her loving life, and then she opened her eyes, saw all of us sitting down watching her, and then jumped up, clearly bothered and wanting to know who was just petting her. My grandma says she saw Western folk playing cards in my sister's room one night. She was on meds, but given the other weird shit that happened, it might be valid. I think there was some other shit, but I can't remember. Did I just see a skinwalker? Could it be a shapeshifter? I'm currently camping with some friends in central Massachusetts. I wasn't feeling good a couple of hours ago, so I came and sat in the truck so I could relax for a bit and fall asleep. I finally felt good enough, and I was just about to go back to the tent with my friends. And we're close to the bathrooms. I saw what I thought was somebody leaving the bathrooms, but as I watched him walk, he definitely seemed to walk about 2 or 3 times faster than the normal person. He didn't have a headlamp, which is weird because it's really dark out. And he got about 25 yards away from us and just stopped in the middle of the road going through the campsite. I couldn't tell if he or it was looking at me. But it seems really odd for somebody without a headlamp to stop in the middle of the street for about 15 seconds. The one thing I really picked up on was the legs. He definitely had a humanoid figure, but his legs almost reminded me of the Roadrunner from the Looney Tunes. He was walking or moving in such an odd manner his legs almost appeared to be rotating circularly forward as opposed to the normal person. I'm not sure what to make of this, but it definitely has me kind of creeped out. Demon in the window. This is actually a true story that happened to me 2 years ago. One seemingly uneventful and average evening, I was exiting my mother's room after the usual banter and joking we have to go watch some anime. Across the hall on the left, 2 doors down, displayed my very own room. Only my mother and I were home. A very tall black shadow quickly caught my eye as it scurried into my room. I had to do a double take. I wondered if it was my dad, but he was out bowling with his league, and my siblings are 6 to 7 years older and married in their own homes. I've had strange paranormal experiences, comment if you want to hear more, but to see a figure walk into my room blew my mind. I thought maybe it was my eyes playing tricks on me until one day later. My boyfriend at the time heard all the stories from me and would laugh, very skeptical of it all. Die-hard Christian who refused to believe in spirits/demons actually roaming the earth on our plane. He believed in demons but not that they were physically on earth. He'd laugh at me every single time and call BS. I didn't tell him about this figure because I didn't want him to laugh at me as usual. So he was over the day after this happened, and we hung out as usual in my room watching TV, cuddling, etc. He randomly decided he's got to go home when it wasn't even 10:30, as my curfew was 11, when my parents wanted him to leave every night. I followed him out to his car, thinking I upset him. He kept staring at my house in the direction of my window as we were talking. We said our goodbyes, and he headed home in a rush. I went to my room, overthinking that he was going to dump me. I was a 17-year-old girl, I was dramatic. As soon as he got home, I got a FaceTime from him. The first thing I heard was, "Hey, I didn't want to freak you out," but the second I got home, my mom said she was sensing really impure energy. I didn't mean to scare you, but I felt very strange, and while we were outside, I saw a black figure staring at me through your window. Just to remind you, I didn't tell him about the black figure I'd seen the night before. He didn't believe in that stuff anyways. I had never seen him so shaken up before. It still creeps me the hell out to think about. The reason why I'm scared of mirrors. This story is from my brother-in-law. This took place in Mexico in the 90s. My brother-in-law, Uriel, and his family had a house on the corner of the street. His parents always worked and never had time to do the house chores or look after Uriel, so they hired a housekeeper/nanny. The nanny was a teenage girl who was around 12 years old. It was acceptable to hire young kids back then in that area. Uriel said that in the beginning, everything was great, and she did all her chores. The house was pretty big, so it was quite impressive that at her age she was able to keep up with all the cleaning. The family was content with her work, and the girl was always happy to help. In the house there was a big staircase that led to a second story. Uriel said as soon as you got on the top step, there was a very, very big Victorian mirror, which was recently given to his parents by some acquaintances. The family started noticing that the girl would always glance at the mirror. The glances then escalated, and she began staring at the mirror from afar. Soon she would stare to the point where she would stop doing her chores and just stay there for hours at a time. She stopped speaking to anyone and did nothing else but stare at the mirror. She even stopped eating and sleeping. The family became very concerned and she alerted her family. When her family came to pick her up, they couldn't separate the girl from the mirror. She appeared to be in a hypnotized state. They took her to the local witch doctor, and the witch doctor said something in there had taken her, that it had just left her body behind, and nothing could be done. She was in a vegetative state and remained like that for some days. It would all come to an end when Uriel's family ordered to have the mirror stored in the basement. At one point one of the few people moving it somehow stepped on the mirror, and it broke. It shattered into many pieces. Seconds later the girl's family called Uriel's family, saying that the girl had begun convulsing and that she passed. It was very sad, and the family was devastated. To this day he still doesn't like talking about this because it scared him so much. I can't believe I'm sharing this. Please, anyone listening to this, bear with me. I hate telling this story. I've been having really bad nightmares the last few days. Waking up sweating and crying. Not directly related, but I guess there's no better time than today to share. And before anyone talks crap, I already know my whole account sounds paranormal cliché, which is why I hate sharing it, but in my memory this is the creepiest of the many events I have endured. And this is not a story. This happened to me, and my family witnessed it. I was in 5th grade, whatever age 5th graders are. Incredibly happy time in my life. Best of my childhood. My mom and I recently moved from the high Sierra Nevadas to live with my eldest aunt in her old Victorian 15 minutes from San Francisco. I have since learned my aunt had experienced some crazy demonic shit in her 20s, and at the time, her 50s, she was deeply religious. Going to church every day. She rotated between the Catholic Church and a non-denominational Christian church. Anyway, Mom and I had lived off the grid so long I was way behind in my Catholic studies. I enrolled in our local Catholic school, but I was not recognized as a full member since I had never been through catechism. My aunt insisted I be baptized. Long story longer, my whole family came out to watch me be baptized at the Christian church known as Three Crosses. I had a special white dress and new sparkling rainbow earrings, my own new Bible, and afterwards the church gave me a handmade wooden crucifix. The baptism itself was uneventful in my memory. Do you denounce Satan and all his works? Yes, typical baptism. Pastor walked me into the warm pool. Complete submersion. The only thing odd was afterward many family and strangers came up to me laughing. From their perspective, I had gasped loudly enough that they thought I must have slipped into the pool and nearly drowned. But I have never remembered it that way. That night we had a small family celebration at our house. I can't remember being happier in all my short life. My mom helped me nail my new crucifix above my bedroom door. Bedtime. My bedroom was a smallish room attached to the basement. My mom and aunt had the two upstairs masters, and my 16-year-old cousin had the one small bedroom on the main floor. My other cousin, 19 years old, was sleeping on the couch for the night. Mom tucked me in after we nailed my new cross above my doorway. In my room was a gigantic antique wooden armoire that came with the house. It was too huge and heavy to move, or my aunt would have had it in her room. No one could figure a way without dismantling it to get it out of the room. God knows how it ever got its gigantic ass in there in the first place. I fell asleep. At some point I woke up to a massive earthquake. The whole room was violently shaking. I tried to make it to the doorway, but everything was shaking so hard I had to drop and cover. Pieces of the ceiling fell on and around me. The massive armoire moved a good 3 to 4 feet from the wall, and the doors swung open and closed. My cross was forced out of the wall and landed on the floor. When the shaking stopped, I ran upstairs. I was screaming for my mom. My cousin jumped up off the couch and thought someone was breaking in. By now the whole damn family is gathered in the living room, and no one but me felt any earthquake. They told me to calm down, it was just a nightmare. I screamed at them, no nightmare, this just happened. I told them pieces of ceiling fell on me. When they all walked me back to bed, they saw the room. Cross on the floor. Ceiling chunks everywhere. Now my older cousin is pissed at me, accusing me of pranking. I was crying. They didn't believe me. Until they tried to put the armoire back in place. No matter how they tried, it would not budge. It was huge and heavy, and they realized no 75-pound girl could have possibly moved it that far away from the wall. They collectively could not move it back. So that was the last night anyone ever slept in that room. My aunt had the priest come a few days later. I don't remember much after. Except no one was ever permitted to sleep in that room again. About a year ago we were walking the dogs through a nearby forest and came across the ruins of an old 1800s hospital, entirely fenced off with a wide perimeter and completely inaccessible. It was set fire to in the early 2000s, so it is now just a huge 3-story stone shell with no roof or internal floors or walls. It was late autumn, so the sun was beginning to set, and the whole place had quite an eerie feel to it. There was a cluster of small buildings adjacent to the fencing that were still in use as something but close enough to the hospital for us to be able to get pretty close to the structure. Just as we were starting to leave, we noticed a young woman had appeared and was standing near these occupied buildings, but she was completely still, just watching us from about 30 meters away. It was dark enough by this point that we couldn't make out her face, but I'd say she was in her 20s. We assumed she was just keeping an eye on us to make sure we weren't trying to get into the hospital and half expected her to come over and say something. Then, without warning, she suddenly leapt onto a nearby wall, slightly above waist height, and began crouching, think Assassin's Creed style, on top of it, motionless but staring straight at us. It freaked us out, and we left pretty quickly. It still comes up in conversation whenever we're walking over that way as a creepy encounter we've never been able to explain or justify. It's possible she worked in the occupied buildings, but her silent stare and the way she leapt onto the wall felt creepily inhuman. My parents' spooky basement. I've always been a little sensitive to things, especially the paranormal. I don't know if it's just intuition or something deeper, but ever since I was a kid I've had a handful of strange, creepy experiences that made me feel like I was tuned into something most people weren't. This story isn't the most dramatic or terrifying, but it's one I'll never forget. I grew up in a house with a basement that I absolutely hated. It wasn't a finished basement. It was cold and dim and always felt off. I never liked going down there alone. Actually, I refused to. I'd always bring our golden retriever with me, my emotional support animal. He was the sweetest dog in the world and never barked, growled, or acted aggressively. Just calm and gentle. To explain the layout a little, our garage was connected to the house, and there was a set of stairs that led from the garage directly down into the basement. In the garage, we kept an extra fridge stocked with drinks. It was fairly normal for me to go out there to grab something. But one day, I walked into the garage, heading to the fridge like I'd done 100 times before, and something felt wrong immediately. The second I stepped in, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It was that primal, gut-deep feeling like you're being watched. I turned toward the basement stairs, and that's when I saw him. I saw him for just a second, but it was clear as day. A man standing down the stairs. He was wearing a red and white striped shirt. That image has never left my mind. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there, watching me. I freaked out. I screamed and ran back inside, completely shaken. I told my mom what I saw, and thank God she believed me. She didn't try to tell me it was just my imagination or that I was overtired. She actually sent our dog down to the basement to check things out. Now remember, this dog didn't bark. Like ever. But he took off down the stairs, and the second he reached the bottom, he let out a sharp, loud yelp. And then, silence. That was all it took for my mom. She called my grandpa, who lived just a few houses down. He showed up with his shotgun and went down into the basement himself. He searched the whole area. Nothing. No, man. No sign that anyone had been there. But when he got to the far room, there was our dog, sitting perfectly still. Not whining. Not barking. Just staring at the wall. To this day, that room gives me chills. My mom and I still jokingly call it Freddy Krueger's room because of the man's striped shirt. It's become this inside joke in the family, but even now, it still makes both of us uneasy. That wasn't the only weird thing that happened in that basement, but it was the first time something truly felt real, like it wasn't just in my head. And when your dog, the one who never makes a sound, reacts too. That's when you know something was off. Our dog lived to be 17 years old, and he eventually stopped coming down with me when I got older, also mostly because he physically couldn't anymore. It's not the scariest story in the world. No one got hurt. Nothing chased me. But what sticks with me is how real it feels. The fear, the reaction from the dog, and the way my mom responded all validated what I saw. And I still believe, to this day, that there was someone down there with us. Even if we never found them. I have a couple experiences that I can share. Shortly after HS graduation, I moved with my father and brother. My grandmother had just passed away, and my dad wanted to be around to oversee selling her old house. We decided to stay in the house until we found a buyer. It didn't take long before all sorts of strange things started happening in that house. A shadowy figure always seemed to be just outside of my peripheral vision, but nothing would be there when I looked. There was always a sense of unwelcome presence, as if someone was watching you. Objects would move by themselves when no one was home, doors and cabinets would be thrown open on their own, and all of us would have extremely vivid nightmares on a daily basis. The one that I'll never forget was when I was going to bed late one night. I had just gotten under the covers and laid my head down when I swore I heard my name being whispered very close to me. Decided I was just hearing things and threw the cover over my head. Whatever it was, it evidently didn't like being ignored and made a very loud pshhhhhhhh sound right into my ear. Enough so that I actually felt a gust of air in my ear, like whatever it was right next to my head doing it. Made me launch out of bed and run out of that house, in nothing but my underwear, at 2 a.m. Tons of other things happened in that house. Everything from fog apparitions and objects being thrown to electronics turning on and off on their own, all the way to a guitar playing a couple notes on its own with no one even close to it. Before moving into that house, I was an absolute skeptic about anything relating to the paranormal. The whole experience was a real eye-opener for me. The hand that gripped the tree. I was quite young when the incident happened, but I remember this so vividly. I was camping with my family, which we did every summer. The spot we went to wasn't new either. We had been there multiple times. It wasn't very late in the evening, but it was rather dark out. My brother and I were sitting around the fire just talking, while my mother and stepfather were within earshot doing what they called night fishing. My brother was sitting directly in front of me facing our tent and all of our other camping gear, while I was facing nothing but trees directly in front of him. We were in the middle of a conversation, and he got up to go grab some things for making hot dogs over the fire. He continued our conversation as he turned his back to me to grab the supplies needed. I looked up at the empty chair that my brother had just been seated in. I looked beyond his chair into the trees, and I suddenly noticed what looked to be elongated fingers gripping the side of the tree. I froze in fear for a moment until my older brother quietly said, "Do you see it too?" My heart dropped. We both continued to stare at the pale, almost gray fingers until the fingers slowly drew back from where they had been resting on the tree. My brother and I sat there in paralyzing fear for what felt like forever. Our mother and stepfather came up the very small hill joyfully laughing and having a great time. They didn't know what my brother and I just witnessed. We both kept silent and didn't bother trying to explain the situation to them because we knew it wouldn't be taken seriously. We both know what we witnessed that night. We still talk about it from time to time. It's not as scary now that I'm older, but contemplating it still sends a small chill down my spine. This isn't my story, but it's apparently true. I'm generally a pretty rational, non-woo, where's the evidence person, but I've never been able to explain this, and it still makes my heart beat faster and the hair stand up on my arms when I think about it, years later. I was pet sitting for my friend several years ago. She had moved into a small holding located on the edge of a village in the southwest, which featured a large garden that bordered trees. At the time she had a right menagerie, chickens, ducks, a couple of Shetlands, cats, and 4 black retrievers, 3 fully grown and 1 half-grown puppy. Originally, DH was supposed to come with me for a little holiday, but the dates when she had to go away for work clashed with a couple of his medical appointments, so he stayed at home with our dog while I went to pet sit alone. It was about halfway through my stay, a couple of nights to go. It was late evening and already dark when I heard a massive commotion of banging and thumping coming from the chicken shed. I assumed a fox or something had gotten in, so I went out to check. As I was halfway across the garden, the noise stopped instantly as if it had been shut off. By the time I got to the shed, all was calm, and the chickens were all settled, mostly asleep. There was no sign of any intruder or disturbance, nothing to explain the noise, and no indication that the chickens had made any sound. It was a bit freaky, but I didn't, and still don't, know much about the way of chicken, so I locked up again and left them to it. As I went back in the house, a small black shape ran past me out of the back door, and I realized the puppy must have gotten out. It streaked across the garden and off towards the woods. Cue much cursing, then calling her name in vain. More cursing when she didn't come back. I grabbed a torch and put one of the other dogs on the lead, partly for protection, partly because I thought the pup was more likely to come back if I had one of her canine companions with me, and partly because I didn't fancy my chances of finding my way back to the house on my own, even though there were a couple of vague paths that I'd followed when walking the dogs throughout the week. Off, we trudged into the woods along one of these paths, me calling Pup's name at intervals and trying not to imagine murderers behind every tree trunk. We got to a point where it felt like the trees were starting to thin out, and I remember thinking that I didn't remember a clearing on this path, so we must have gone wrong somewhere when the dog with me slowed right down and started to resist going forward. I tried to jolly her along, while my stomach suddenly dropped like a stone, and she started growling, a really low, serious, rumbling growl. By this time I was practically shitting myself. I tried shining the torch ahead, but the beam just sort of bounced back off the darkness, if that makes sense. I got the sense of something, or somethings, moving but just sinuous, deeper black shapes against the blackness and always on the periphery of vision. The hairs on my arms are standing up again just remembering how completely and utterly terrified I was. I have honestly never known a feeling like it. At this point the dog sank right down, still growling, with hackles up, and refused to budge. I muttered something like, "Jesus, you have got to be kidding me," and this ugly, gurgling, inhuman sort of voice hissed, right up close as if someone was right next to me, "Don't say that name." At the same time there was a horrible snickering sort of laugh. I can't express how utterly petrified I was. I can't remember having any coherent thoughts apart from the word evil. That's the only clear thing I can remember. I and the dog were frozen to the spot with pure fear. Then a different voice, really commanding, said, "Go back." That sounded more in my head but echoey, whereas the others had sounded out in the air, "Easwim?" Wherever it came from, it did the trick. I and the dog turned and belted back through the woods. She basically towed me, I just clung onto her lead, stumbling to keep up and sobbing with fear. I lost the torch somewhere on that wild run, but there was no way I was stopping to find it. How I didn't run blindly into a tree I'll never know. She guided me, I guess. I can remember thinking desperately that I mustn't let go of her lead, or they would get me. When we got back to the garden, she suddenly stopped. I did fall over her this time, onto my hands and knees, turned around, and started snarling, proper teeth bared, rabid-looking snarls, back at the trees in the darkness. I thought I heard the snickering again, but the blood was pounding in my ears so hard I couldn't be sure. I scrambled up and ran to the back door, and she followed me but backing and snarling all the way as if holding something at bay. Oh, and the chicken shed was banging and thumping again. I got the back door open, and she and I belted in, and I slammed home every bolt behind us. The other dogs left behind were staring at the door and growling too with their hackles up, and when I saw all 3 of them, puppy included, acting like that, I started to cry properly because I honestly thought I was trapped in some horror film nightmare and was going to die. I still don't know, what the black shape was that ran past me out of the house and triggered all of this because the puppy was right there in the kitchen. Anyway, I made sure every door and window was locked and bolted, I turned on every light in the house, and I wandered round mumbling all sorts of weird half-religious, half-spiritual shit to ward off evil spirits. Gradually, the dogs settled down, stopped growling, and eventually ceased glancing at the door. Funnily enough, I didn't sleep for 1 second that night, and I rang my DH and begged him to come over the last couple of days. I know I didn't dream it because I was covered in scratches from running through the woods and had grazed hands from where I fell over the dog in the garden. Nothing like that has happened before or since, and I hope it never, ever does. It was the single most horrible, terrifying experience of my entire life. A Midsummer Chill. Midsummer's Eve, about 10 years ago. I and my ex were planning on spending a romantic weekend at his mother's childhood home, which was now serving as a summer cottage. The cottage was located on a tiny island, and to reach it, you had to first leave your car by the road. It was really remote, so this could be done, then walk about 2 kilometers through the woods, and finally row a boat across a small river. When we reached the cottage, we found the key to the front door was missing. I was already feeling like there was something out of place but decided I was probably just a bit tired from the journey. My then-so was really long and skinny, so he managed to wiggle his way in through a small window and open the door from inside. We then proceeded to unpack our belongings and started a fire to warm up the sauna, which is essential during midsummer around here. My ex told me we were going to sleep in the first room on the left, the old master bedroom, and I went in to make the bed ready for us. Upon entering, a deep sense of dread overcame me. We were not welcome here. I attempted to dismiss the feeling, as I did not wish to spoil our weekend, and therefore refrained from mentioning it to my ex. We decided to have a bite to eat before going to the sauna, and as we were eating, I noticed my ex start to look a bit pale. When I asked him if he was okay, he told me he was feeling really ill all of a sudden, and there was a chill running through him constantly. I put my hand on his forehead. He was clearly running a high fever. He was feeling just fine before, so we were both a bit puzzled by this sudden illness. We thought it would be best for him to rest for a while, so we went into the bedroom to lie down. I wasn't thrilled about going in there, but it was the only place with a bed at that time, so we really had no choice. I remember very vividly what happened next. We were lying on the bed, my ex with his eyes closed and breathing heavily, sickly warmth pouring from him like crazy, and me very much awake and alert. It began as a cold feeling of dread, just like before, but this time it kept escalating to the point of pure fear. My heart was pounding faster and faster as I realized we were in the middle of nowhere, we had no phone, and my ex was the only one of us who could even drive. Then I saw it in the doorway. A shadowy figure, clearly male, was standing on the doorstep. It was leaning toward us, radiating hate. It seemed reluctant to step all the way in, but I made sure I knew that if it chose to do so, it could. There was no other way out of the room except through the window, but that was sealed shut. I mustered all of my strength, shook my ex by the shoulder, and explained to him that we had to leave now. He was still very weak, but I managed to get him up and packing. The figure was nowhere to be seen. It had vanished when I focused on getting my ex to his feet. So, we packed in a hurry and left. I told my ex I had felt and seen something strange, but mainly I explained our haste with the fact that he was ill, and we needed to get back to civilization while he was still able to travel. But what do you know? By the time we had crossed the river, he was feeling a lot better, and his fever was all gone before we reached the car. He mentioned something about maybe going back now that he was okay, but I quickly refused. We drove back to his parents' house, where there was a small midsummer family gathering taking place. People asked why we returned so soon, but I didn't say anything to anyone about what had happened, only that we came back because my ex was feeling ill. We had a couple of drinks, chatted with his relatives, and everything seemed back to normal. So much so that I was starting to doubt myself. Had I really even seen something? I must have been overreacting, imagining things. Then my ex's uncle speaks up, "By the way, did you know the place is haunted?" I felt my stomach curling up with fear, as if I had swallowed an ice-cold stone. He continued, "Yeah, it really is. I remember my dad telling me about it. He said that even before he was born there were strange things happening down there all the time, according to his father. Then one day a weird old man appeared at the door and said he was there to help. He then proceeded to draw lines across the yard with some kind of metal wire while chanting silently to himself. When the guy was finished, he said he had reconducted the energy flows around the property so that the house would, from now on, be left untouched by evil. He then went on his way. I remembered all this when my brother said he had done some landscaping at the cottage and removed a bunch of old wire that was running on the grounds. I wonder if the ghost is back now. I heard he really liked to frequent the master bedroom. Isn't that where you guys were sleeping?" He laughed heartily at his last comment. I just sat there feeling sick to my core. I didn't dare to ask for more details about this claimed entity, why it was thought to be there, or what it had previously done to make itself known, but I could not stop wondering what would have happened if we hadn't left when we did. Never went back to the cottage. Never saw or felt anything like that again. I was solo camping in the Mount Rainier foothills around 1990. I was preparing to settle into my sleeping bag when the entire area fell into complete silence. Not even a whisper. I was in a small clearing with the tree line about 60 feet away, using a large granite rock as a heat reflector for my fire. If you've spent any time in the woods, you know it's never silent, not even at night. I didn't have a gun with me but slowly reached out and took hold of the handle of my camp knife. I eased it out of the sheath and sat there silently for a second, and I will put my hand to God that from the tree line I heard a low chuckle, like someone with a very deep voice found my pathetic weapon amusing. I spent the entire night sitting next to the largest fire I could build, back against that rock, knife in my hand, and not even within a heartbeat of sleeping. The moment I could see my hand in front of my face, I threw everything in my pack, stomped out my fire, and bolted for the trailhead where my car was. I grew up in an old farmhouse in northern Tennessee. The house was built in the early 1900s, I was born in '95. I lived in that house until I was 20 years old. I and my two sisters, both older than me, always experienced certain paranormal activity. Typical occurrences included people stepping around on the second floor and cabinets creaking open slowly, most of which can be explained by the house being more than 100 years old. Nothing really concrete, until this happened. February 16, 2016, was the day my mother ended herself in their bedroom. I was living about 2 hours away at the time and decided to move back home with my dad to be there for him and the rest of my family. One night, as I was lying in his bed, with no one else in the house, I attempted to doze off. I will reiterate, this house is old. Old enough to where if someone else is there, you will know. The doors creak when opened, the floors creak when stepped on, and it is impossible to be quiet. Now, as I am lying there, attempting to sleep, I hear, in a whispered tone, "Hey." I knew no one else was in the house. I knew I was alone. And I knew what I had heard. I lay there for a minute, eyes wide open, scared of what I may hear or see next. Nothing. Silence. I ended up calling my sister and telling her about it, and she completely believed what had happened. We moved out of that house not too long after, and my oldest sister lives there now. She still talks about ghostly activities that happen in that house and how sometimes, it seems to be my mother reaching out to us. I truly do hope it is my mother, watching over my sister, her husband, and her kids, smiling at how big her grandkids have gotten. I think I had an encounter with a spirit in an abandoned factory. I was exploring an old factory in an area in Manchester, England, today with my friends, one of the largest abandoned places I've ever seen. When about an hour and 15 minutes into our exploration, things began to change significantly. We were on the second floor with a third floor above us, which wasn't accessible when, from the third floor, we heard someone walking from the other side towards us. This place was completely empty, no graffiti, no homeless people, just us three. We all stayed silent and didn't make a sound as we heard the footsteps continue above us. At this point we had all decided to leave and started to make our way towards the exit with my friends in front and me lagging behind looking for an easier way out. As I was walking, the ground behind me started to be walked on very hard and very quickly, and I turned around half expecting a homeless man to be behind me, but there was nothing, no person nor sound to be seen in the vicinity, meaning I was either going crazy or there was something behind me. It was evident on my face that I was panicked as I looked around frantically trying to figure out what was going on, and even one of my friends noticed and asked if I was okay, and at that second we heard at least 5 glass panels all break in sync behind us, and so we started to sprint out as quick as we could as we realized we were unwanted, and as we got to the exit, our friend suggested looking at the final building, and almost comedically as he said it, we heard a gate swing open slowly, letting out an eerie sound that broke the silence, and we soon got out of there. This was a rather scary experience for us all, as we see it as our first encounter with what seemed to be a supernatural entity. Even my friend who doesn't believe in the paranormal had no explanation for the footsteps, not the gate. I just want to know, were any of us close to something happening? Side note, the day was relatively warm, yet when we entered the engine room on the second floor, it was freezing compared to downstairs and a lot of upstairs. We were able to see our own breath, and even our fingers began feeling the effects of the cold. We also found DVDs on the floor with names such as Harvey Experiment and Liquid People. As far as we were concerned, this place didn't have a terrible history except for a fire that broke out a few years earlier. Another side note, we explored most of the building, and the events didn't occur till we reached the second floor. Is this something normal? Additionally, the footsteps above us couldn't have been a person, as the floor again was unreachable via ladder or stairs, which meant it would be impossible to reach. If anyone has any explanation as to why this happened or if it is normal in this type of world, please let me know. I worked in an electrical retailer in Edinburgh about 20 years ago, where I was assigned to the warehouse located in the basement. This base I learned is at the original street level of Princess Street, the one that was covered to bury those who died in the Black Plague. I saw so many things and have so many tales and experiences, but the scariest I will share right now. The box room was a fairly large room filled with empty boxes. This room was always very organized and tidy, with boxes stacked very stably and easy to locate. At the back of this room I found a timber sheet covering something. Curiosity took over, and before long I had removed it. There was a large hole easy enough to crouch through that led into a very dark and very old toilet room. This also had quite a long hallway, but it was pitch black, and I couldn't see where it went. So, the following day when I was feeling brave, a colleague and I grabbed torches and went into this hallway. I could not believe just how goddamn scary things got so quick. There were streets and streets down there. Massive catacombs that were empty, cold drafts and dripping sounds, and shadows from the torches began to freak us out a bit. Then we heard someone walking, no lights, and we both said hello, and right behind us we both heard a clear and resounding bellow. We ran so fast that we lost the hallway and got lost. We sort of hid in an old doorway and heard more walking and whispering, ran again and really were now panicking, and finally found the hallway. My colleague was ahead of me, and I swear I heard and felt someone right behind my head, but we made it back to the box room, back into the light. The icing on the cake was that all the boxes were thrown all over the place. The basement had a caged door so no one could just come in and do this. There was no explanation that made sense. We both boarded the hole back up, and since that day we have experienced an untold amount of small but significant paranormal activities for months. I work on my own quite a bit, and that was torture. My house is haunted, though I don't know by what exactly. I have never asked my landlord or the real estate company if anyone has died in the house, as doing so might make me seem crazy or lead them to think I am planning to move out. It's a pretty old, Victorian-looking house, and it always smells like an old library. Anyways, the area of activity is almost always the downstairs bathroom. When my boyfriend installed the washer and dryer next to the bathroom, we noticed that in the morning the whole dryer had shifted. We like to joke that the entity was inspecting it. Other happenings are scratching and tapping sounds. Full-on whispers and children giggling. It seems harmless, but there is something there that owns that bathroom, and it lets you know. There are times I can walk in there just fine, but most of the time I have to use the upstairs bathroom. It just gives off the feeling of mine, go away most of the time, mostly at night. Besides the bathroom, we have heard footsteps going up and down the stairs. After a month of moving in, my boyfriend didn't believe me about the crazy things I was hearing and seeing because they, I say them because I've heard children and men, always did stuff when it was just me at home. One day, though, he did come home during it. He stopped walking down the stairs, felt a cold spot, and heard a full-on conversation two spirits were having in front of him. When he started freaking out, I just yelled from my shut door, "Told you so." After almost a year with them, my boyfriend and I just live with all the random commotion we hear daily. Footsteps at night, whispers in the dark, cold spots and touches, shadow figures, we've seen it all. Whenever we hear/feel anything that's too close for comfort, we'd always say, "You're not allowed to do that," or when I feel something in my room, which is very rare, I'd say, "You're not allowed in here." After saying it, everything would go quiet, and the feeling would dissipate. I'd have to say the moment when I actually felt sheer terror and shivers was a few months ago when I went to the downstairs bathroom late one night. I turned the corner to the bathroom and saw a figure darker than dark, standing over me. It was only a few seconds, but it was enough for me to get the hint that I was not welcome to use the bathroom at that moment. The first words I managed to shout out were, "Ah, shit, okay," and I just did a 180 back to my room. I'm relatively new here, so I'm not sure if there's anything I should do, but the spirits here don't bother me, and we've never been hurt by them, and I'd rather not do any investigating for fear of angering anything, although I wonder if they have anything to say. I guess that's my scary, though not really, story. I woke up and saw something disturbing. Has anyone ever seen this? This happened when I was in 11th grade, and I still don't know if it was a dream or something more. I'm really curious if anyone out there has ever seen or experienced anything similar. I woke up in the middle of the night, and the whole room was being lit with this bright, weird green light. It was similar to a flashlight. It was a directional light. Like someone was pointing it at me. Completely lost, confused, and sleepy, I sat up and looked around, just to notice the light was coming from my half-open door. When I looked toward the door, I saw something standing there. It didn't move at first. The door was half open, but you could see it. It was a tall figure. It looked like a very tall woman. Its skin looked like tree bark, and its eyes were the cause of the glowing green light. They weren't reflecting anything, they were actually glowing. It was peeking from the doorway, so I could only see one eye. It was slowly moving its arm inside my room along the wall, like it was trying to get in. It had claws. Then it noticed me. It screamed. The scream sounded like a woman, but not like a woman, if that makes sense. It was unsettling, and it had a weirdly deep tone. It showed me its full face, mouth open wide. The mouth wasn't glowing like the eyes, it was just a black void, and it raised both its arms. It had hair, and it was floating upwards, like when you're about to be hit by lightning. Then, I did the worst thing possible, LOL. I was so terrified I ducked under the covers. Yup. I could still hear it screaming though. The scream kept getting further away until it stopped. When I looked again, the green light was gone. So was the thing. The door was still half open, and everything was back to normal. Like it never happened. I've never seen it since. I have no clue what it was. But it didn't feel like sleep paralysis since I could move, sit up, and react. It felt real. Way too real. Could it be hallucinations? But even then, would that thing react so vividly to my actions if that was all it was? What I want to know is, has anyone seen something like this before? A creature with bark-like skin, glowing green eyes, and that strange floating hair? It can't be just me. Right? We literally pissed off some kind of entity. So, I'd like to share an experience that I had last month that really scared me off and involved some kind of entity. So, my best friend and I always go out on the weekends to smoke and chat a little, every single week. On a Saturday last month, we did the same thing we usually do, buy something to eat and a pack of cigs and stop the car on a nearby street of my friend's house. We parked the car around 11 p.m. and waited for another friend to arrive. There were no other individuals present except for us, only 2 cats were playing nearby, and a couple of cars passed by on the opposite street. We usually chat and discuss various topics, but we avoid anything religious or supernatural. It's very difficult for both of us to talk about it, no traumas involved, we just don't. But that day in particular, this friend of ours had a lot of questions about demonic possessions, how they could influence somebody, and many other related issues. I was part of a Christian church for the last 3 years, and I studied a lot about this kind of stuff there. They taught me a lot about spiritual ministries, and I was once involved in some for more than a year. I even exorcised demons myself a couple of times, if you believe in it, so I had plenty of knowledge about the matter. And there we stood, inside the car, at almost 3 a.m., with him asking and listening to my answers. Everything was fine until something happened. I don't remember exactly why, but he asked about hell and its known demons. He asked for their names and meanings. I said a couple to him, explained their meanings, based on my religion, don't misunderstand me, and to finish, I remember saying Jesus Christ in Hebrew and the meaning of the words. When I finished talking, suddenly, we saw a shadow-like figure get past the car like lightning. My best buddy screamed loud as duck and closed the windows. He sensed that the shadow would jump inside of the car, so he did it in an instinctive way. One of the cats rushed towards the car, screaming like a crazy. The other one was far from us, terrified, he didn't move a muscle. We stood there for like 5 minutes totally speechless and in panic. We started to chat again at a slow pace, while putting our hearts back in place and breathing a little. Of course we commented about that, everyone allegedly saw that figure coming toward us, but then we started talking about anything else to distract ourselves. But, unfortunately, the story doesn't end here. P.S. Both of my friends told me, while I was talking, that they had a feeling of being observed. I became very sensitive to spirits and supernatural forces through the time in the church, so I already had sensed that. An oppressive feeling in my head made me dizzy a little bit. I experienced this kind of thing a lot of times before, so I was calm. And I just kept answering, and I don't even know why I didn't stop myself and warn my friends. Let's proceed. It was like 3 a.m. when this friend of ours decided to go home. We dropped him nearby his car, not far away, and got back to the spot we were parked. My buddy started to talk about that same subject again, trying to understand what happened, and we discussed saying Jesus Christ in Hebrew, which I said again because I'm a moron, and then, not only me, but my friend started feeling very, very dizzy, and that oppressive feeling took place, even stronger than before. I sensed a chill in my spine, and I heard a voice inside my head saying, "Get out of here," like 3 times. I warned my friend immediately, and he started the engine like a lunatic. We were in panic, and I had never sensed this kind of fear before. We had no destination, but my friend had the idea of parking in front of a church that was located in another neighborhood. I know this is kind of senseless, but I didn't protest. We parked there, my friend turned off the engine, and started crying. I got a look at him, and the only thing I did was pray. I invoked God's name and asked for mercy for both of us and admitted we did wrong for saying those names and messing with something that we shouldn't. Both of us said amen, and my friend was visibly better. To finish this long-ass story, we drove through the city until almost 6 a.m., distracting ourselves with anything else. He dropped me at my home with a "God bless you" for the first time and then departed. Since that day, he has had many nightmares about that shadow and prays before sleeping so he can avoid it. He has told me a couple of nightmares by now, and we are trying to get over it and promise that we'll never touch this subject again. If I can give any advice, please, accept this: never mess with something that you can't handle. Don't touch this matter unless you're with someone who can properly handle it and is willing to take responsibility. Spirits can wreak havoc in countless ways, leaving you unsure of what lies ahead. This was my experience, and man, I hope it will be my last. My childhood home. Now I'd like to start off by saying I love the home I grew up in, but there was something seriously wrong with the property. I was and still am convinced it was very haunted. Something was definitely there. I had a few encounters where I'd see shadows and reflections of our windows, and I'd hear what I believed to be a mimic pretending to be my mom and dad. I would hear my parents call me in the middle of the night, but they were fast asleep every time. My best friend and I have experienced the sound of a car arriving multiple times, accompanied by someone knocking at the front door. However, upon investigation, we found no evidence that anyone had been present. I have many stories about this house, but there's one in particular that always sends chills up my spine. There was one room in my house, the guest room. It was across from my bedroom, and originally it was my bedroom, but it scared me so much that I switched rooms. One day I and my best friend, both lovers of spooky stuff, decided we would try and sleep in the guest room with my dog, Jojo. I've always had trouble falling asleep, so I was lying in bed when I thought Caitlin was asleep next to me. In the silence of the pitch black room, I began to hear whispers in the corner of the room. I couldn't tell what it was saying, but I heard the whispering clear as day. I froze and was terrified but didn't say anything because I didn't want to scare Caitlin. In the morning, I confronted her about it, and she had heard it too but didn't want to scare me, but that's not all that happened. She then told me after she heard the whispering, she felt as if nails were touching her ankle. At first she thought it was my dog, but my dog was sleeping up by my head. And then she felt long, bony fingers slide up her ankle and grab her ankle. She again didn't say anything out of fear. Like I said before, we had many experiences similar to this in this house, but nothing as clear and terrifying as this. There was another time when we were joking around in my chicken coop and telling scary stories. Caitlin took multiple pictures and videos of me making silly faces, and we went back inside not knowing what we had captured. The next day we looked over the pictures, and in only one of the pictures we saw behind me in the window there was a pale, skeletal face looking in the window at us. Before my family owned this house, an older woman had died in the home, and any history before that I have no clue about. I have to turn on my lights so I can type this. In December 2011 I moved into a small 2-bedroom apartment with my boyfriend. I was 7 months pregnant. The apartment was one of 5 in what used to be a general store over a century ago. A few weeks before my daughter was born, my child's father and I were up late at night and talking in bed. As we talked, a horrible feeling crept over me. The air was growing heavy. It felt like something dangerous was inside the apartment, just outside our bedroom door. Mid-sentence, my child's father asked, "Do you feel like something horrible is about to happen?" He was feeling it as well. He grabbed his gun, and we walked around the apartment, barricaded our front door, and fell asleep on the living room floor. Nothing happened again for a long while. At one point I noticed a man standing in the doorway to my daughter's nursery while I was watching TV, but he disappeared as soon as we made eye contact. It wasn't very scary. At another point, I opened the door to my daughter's nursery to grab a diaper one night. Our kid ended up sleeping in our room a lot, and I felt like there was something in there that I couldn't see. And a few different times, all of my daughter's electronic toys in her nursery would activate and make noise at the same time when no one was in there. I remember her rocking horse starting to move one day while I was sitting on the couch. A month after my daughter's first birthday, my cat Kevin passed. I'd still feel him come and curl up on my feet at night. It was relieving, knowing that he'd still come visit me. I loved him so much. Then the growling started. The closet in our bedroom always made me uncomfortable, like something was looking at me from inside. It was at night, and the familiar weight of Kevin had just settled down on my feet. I put down the book I was reading and turned off the lamp. About a minute later, a dog-like growl came from the direction of the closet. It lasted for a few seconds. I turned back on the light and saw nothing. I woke up my child's father, but he was annoyed. The next afternoon, he went into the bedroom to get headphones. He returned to the living room, sat down, and told me that he had just opened the door to our room when something growled at him. From that point on, I heard the growling at least 3 times. One time my daughter was standing on the bed while I was getting changed. She pointed to the open closet and said, purple-faced man. I thought she was talking about Barney, her favorite show at the time, and brushed it off for a while. At one point, I remember seeing the shadow of a large dog with a fluffy tail walk into the bedroom while I was down the hallway. There were a handful of times that both my child's father and I would separately experience something pushing us out of the bedroom if we were trying to enter it. It was a disgusting feeling, because it didn't feel like it was pushing against our skin, but our veins. It would always make my stomach feel prickly and put the taste of blood in my mouth while giving me goosebumps. One night, I was awakened by the growling. It was louder than it had ever been before. I stared out from under the covers, I pulled them over me and my child's head in fear, and could see some sort of movement, but I stopped peeking the louder it got. It was accompanied by a cat's growling, hissing, and caterwauling. There was a final wail from the cat, and then a moment of silence. The silence was broken by a wet, gross sound, like a dog chewing and gnawing on a bone. Something shifted on top of the covers near my feet, and then it was over. I lay there under the blankets, silently crying in terror until morning. I peed myself, too afraid to emerge from the covers. Kevin never came to visit me again. I think that his spirit was eaten by whatever else was in that room that night. The paranormal activity in the apartment went up tenfold for the 3 weeks we remained there afterwards. Doors slammed, and the chairs would roll across the carpeted floor. One picture of my daughter would keep falling off the wall. Once I entered the room, and the picture was on the other side from where it had hung, now sitting perfectly posed on the couch. We eventually moved into our new home, but there was a period of a week where we didn't have any internet there. My child's father would return to the apartment to use his computer for his data entry job. On his last night there, he was sitting at his desk in the living room when he heard something loud sliding on the floor in our old bedroom. Then there was a loud bang that shook the wall. All of the power in the apartment went out immediately, followed by the unmistakable sound of an animal growling. He had to walk in complete darkness past the bedroom to get to the circuit breaker just outside our front door while the growling came from the open-doored bedroom. On the last day of our lease, I went over by myself to do a bit of cleaning. I invited our downstairs neighbor inside to talk. While we stood in my daughter's nursery, I asked her if her apartment was haunted. She had a story about a man screaming at her and her boyfriend to wake up. Then she told me, "But I bet your apartment is a lot more haunted than mine. That guy ended himself in the closet in the other bedroom." As she spoke, the computer chair sitting behind her in the living room swiveled to face us. I pointed the moving chair out to her, and she mentioned that similar occurrences happened in her apartment as well. After she left, my child's father brought our child over. We let her, almost 2 at the time, run around while we talk about how we're going to take the crib apart. Suddenly we hear our daughter scream. She ran out of her nursery. I picked her up, and we asked her what was wrong. She responded, "Shadow man." Her father and I exchanged a look, then left. Later that night, we come back to pick up the last few things left in that apartment. We didn't want to take our daughter back inside, so one of us would stay with her in the car while the other ran to grab a box. He made the last trip. While he was leaving, the bedroom and bathroom doors were being slammed repeatedly. The lights were turning on and off. He heard the sound of footsteps running behind him as he walked down the hallway and out the door. As he turned to lock up, the front door slammed shut in his face. The lock clicked. We don't like talking about the apartment in the red building at all. It's come up a few times over the past few years, and one of us will reluctantly tell a story that we never wanted to tell or remember. I couldn't be paid enough money to ever step foot inside the place again. There's something evil inside. The creepiest encounter story I ever heard from my sister. It happened 7 years ago. I was 17, she was 21, we were both living with our parents at that time. My room was upstairs close to my parents', and my sister's room was in the basement. I heard my sister screaming to death one night, and I heard my mom rushing downstairs to see what was going on. I stayed awake for a couple of minutes until I heard my mom and sister coming up the stairs. My sister slept in the loft that night, so I assumed she had a nightmare or something, and I went straight back to sleep. The next day, she told me that while sleeping, she felt a strange sensation, which prompted her to open her eyes. Her bed was right beside her walk-in closet, and a man was in a squat position staring at her from that closet. She kept staring at him in fear, and her reflex was obviously to scream and crawl in her bed as far away from that closet as possible until he gradually disappeared. My mom came in right after. She slept for about 5 weeks in the loft, saying that she didn't dream or hallucinate and she was too scared to ever go back in her room. Sadly, my parents and I had a hard time believing that a ghost was in her closet. We thought that she dreamed it and panicked when she woke up. My parents suggested that she seek treatment with a therapist to help her overcome her fear. Which she did. My mother always accompanied her to her appointments. After a while, she decided to try sleeping in her room. She asked my mom to sleep with her that night. As you could have guessed, she woke up screaming in fear. My mom saw her jumping off her bed, crawling backwards to a wall, and saying, "Leave me alone. Leave me alone." For my French readers, the poor translation was more like "Lâche-moi. Lâche-moi." I could hear the screaming downstairs. I didn't understand what my sister yelled, but that's what woke me up and enabled me to hear my mom screaming to death. "WHO's this? WHO's this? Leave my daughter alone. Go away." Gotta admit I almost shit my pants that night. My sister went back to the loft and wasn't able to. I didn't sleep really well either. She said the day after that the exact same guy was staring at her again, and when she jumped off the bed, the man was trying to reach her, chasing her in some way. She said it only stopped when my mom opened the light. My mom has a friend who's a medium. She told the story to her, and she proposed to purify the house. She said that this might be the solution to chase that guy away. I wasn't home when she came to my place, but my mom told me that her friend felt strange right from the doorstep. The medium had to convince her assistant to come inside. Apparently, mediums don't purify homes by themselves. She had an assistant/friend with some incense, and the medium had to focus on some stuff while the assistant spread the smoke. She told my mom that she would start with my room on the second floor. They purified the closet, closed the door, purified the room, closed the door, then purified the bathroom, closed the door, etc. They did that for all the rooms/closets in the house and kept my sister's room for the end. The medium felt his presence when she walked into the closet. She asked him to leave passively, and she felt that the man liked my sister and the house, that he didn't want to leave, and that he didn't want to scare her either. The medium forced him to leave. My dad is as skeptical as me, even though he is scared of them, and that is why I believe all this. He told me that he saw the laundry racks moving when she forced him to leave. My mother said the same. We were all ghost non-believers before this. But now let me tell you, we believe in ghosts. I experienced more after that, but this is the creepiest thing I ever heard. I saw a ghost. I was 5 and lived near a graveyard. Obviously, this already seems like the beginning of a cheesy horror story, but it was true. The house was a large 3-bedroom house and was actually really nice looking. We didn't live directly next door to the graveyard, however, it was the closest neighborhood. I was an only child, I still am, and was left alone quite frequently. Start of the first happening, the night was peaceful. The neighbors were quiet, and the surroundings seemed strangely forced silent. Out of the window was nothing but darkness engulfing the window, sparing no structures apart from the old wooden shed, which I honestly found creepy. On most nights, I would look at the shed to see a figure, however, there was a pattern. If I had been nice to everyone, the figure would be there, waving at me with a smile on its face. If I had been hurt or disrespectful to anything, yes, even inanimate objects, I would have been sitting on one of the chairs, crying or looking demented. One of the days, my mom threw away an old doll that she thought was strange and meaningless. That night, I looked at the shed, and the figure wasn't there. The very same night, I had a nightmare about a girl with a doll who bared an unhinged jaw, chasing me through a very thick woods, which I had recognized. I didn't see that figure ever again. Faceless shadow person. I, 29 male, always kept this to myself until recently. I was hanging out with my brothers, 22 and 31, and we brought up some scary things we'd seen. The home I was born in had 3 floors, we all slept upstairs, and the stairs heading to the main floor had an elbow at the end, so you rounded a corner to be facing the front door. I would have been 7 or 8 years old, but one night I woke up parched, so I walked downstairs to get a drink. When I rounded that corner, there was a man, very tall and completely shaded. I can't remember a single feature. It scared me so bad that I fainted. It never happened to me again. I don't know how I ended up back in my bed. My family moved a couple hours away from that home a year or 2 later. I didn't see this person again until in my teens. I randomly would see them at night. Once outside my window in high school, and a few times in my room in the middle of the night. I figured I was lucid dreaming or whatever. The only time I told anyone was about the incident of them being outside my window, which I told my dad the next day, and he was concerned and looked for footprints but nothing else. About a decade later, talking to my brothers, my older brother had the same experiences, including the walking downstairs and seeing someone at our first house. At the new house he would see them standing outside in the middle of the cul-de-sac. He had also mentioned it to my dad, who had run out of the house armed multiple times to confront this person, who would always disappear. I was shocked to hear my older brother have the same experience as I did and describe the person the exact same way. He wasn't pulling my leg either. I could see in his face he was as shocked as I was. We're not weirdos either, We're both successful engineers with normal track records as regular people, but I was just curious what everyone else would think or if anyone had similar experiences. This happened around 20 years ago. I was around 11 or 12, and I woke up from my sleep in the middle of the night. There was a figure standing in my door darker than the night, if that makes sense, and it was very large. I hid under the blanket and peeked through. It started walking towards me. It sat on my bed and started choking me, and I tried to scream to wake someone up, but I couldn't. I was both frozen in fear and had something heavy on my chest. I managed to squeal enough to wake up my older brother, who was in the room next door. As soon as he turned the light on in his room, something started screaming through the house and made huge banging sounds down the stairs, ending with a bang on the bin. My brother ran into my room, and my parents also woke up. They came in, and I spent the rest of the night in my brother's room. The next day my dad told us while that was happening to me, he was having a dream. Something walked through the house past his room, and he was in bed and saw it. So he followed it, and it went into my room. It sat on my bed, and Dad was holding a camera, walking behind it. This was Dad's dream. He then yelled at the thing to leave me alone, and when it looked at him, the camera broke into small pieces, and that's when he woke up. By far the craziest experience in my life, and nothing like that has ever happened to me since. The Lady in Black. Still to this day, when I and my cousin talk about that night, we still have no clue who or what she was. Do you have any ideas on what she was? Or if she was just some highly homeless person? Here's what happened. My cousin and I had snuck out for McDonald's, our own little rebellion. Two teens hungry for cheap 99p burgers. The walk to the McDonald's was a little far, but we didn't mind it. The night was warm and beautiful, so we just walked, talking and laughing. After we arrived at the McDonald's and finished our burgers, we decided to leave and head home. As we walked along the near-empty streets just after 4 a.m., our voices were low, feet scuffing along the pavement, when we crossed the road toward the tunnel walkway near a Tesco. We were about to step forward, into the mouth of the walkway, when we both stopped. At the exact same time. There was a house just off the path. A narrow, crooked walkway led up to it, and in the front window, a cat sat staring out. Perfectly still. We had seen this cat many times before. He would always approach us on our late-night walks around this area. This was the first night that he didn't approach us, though, so when we saw him in the window, it made sense. Ah, he is just in his home, I thought. His eyes caught the streetlight just right, glinting gold like coins. Something about it felt odd. Not wrong, exactly, but not right either. We noticed only one streetlight was on. We thought that it was weird, but it was a dodgy town, so we didn't think much of it. Then we saw her. Below this streetlight. A woman in black. Standing at the bottom of the house or flat, she was tall, unnaturally tall. Lanky, like her limbs didn't quite belong to her. Her clothes hung off her like smoke, loose and shapeless. Her head was tilted slightly forward, as if she was watching the cat too. Or maybe she wasn't watching it at all, maybe she was waiting for us. Initially, we believed she was just a random drunk person staring at the big cat. She hadn't moved. She didn't even twitch. And then she did. She turned. Not slowly. Not naturally. She spun around in one smooth, unnatural motion like a puppet on a string, and her face locked onto ours. Her eyes were shadowed but fixed. Her expression was blank, yet somehow furious. Her skin was pale, stretched too tight across sharp cheekbones and a pointed chin. The second she looked at us, the world seemed to drop. A coldness slammed into my chest, sudden and bone deep. My skin prickled, every hair standing on end. My stomach lurched like I was falling, but I hadn't moved. I couldn't move. It felt like time stopped, but only for a second. Then everything inside of us screamed. Not out loud, not even in words, just run. That wild, animal panic that lives deep in your gut, the kind you can't reason with. The kind that keeps you alive. We bolted, no warning, no signal. Just instinct. Legs pumping, breath catching in our throats, the echo of our footsteps loud in the stillness. Down into the tunnel walkway, we went, the lights overhead flickering dimly, like they might die at any second. The air was thicker down there, like breathing through wet cloth. Our footsteps slapped against the concrete. We didn't speak. There was nothing to say. Halfway through, we slowed just enough to glance behind us. She was there. Still following. Closer. Too close. And she wasn't running. She was just walking. That same slow, deliberate walk. But somehow, she was nearly right behind us. Her arms hung loose by her sides, her shoulders stiff. Her head tilted slightly, like she was studying us. It was as if she knew she didn't need to run to catch up with us. Her movements were silent, not a sound was made. It made no sense. She made the tunnel feel longer than it was. We ran again. Harder. Our lungs burned. My legs felt like jelly. The exit was just ahead, the stairs leading back up to the street. We scrambled up them two at a time, nearly tripping, hearts thudding like drums in our ears. I turned. She was there. On the steps. Still walking. Still gaining. I didn't understand it. How? We were running flat out, and she hadn't moved faster than a crawl. But there she was, her face still calm and blank, her eyes locked onto us like we were already caught. We hit the street and kept going, sprinting down the sidewalk, past shops and shuttered houses. The lights above us blurred. Our feet thundered on the pavement. I looked back again. She was still there. Not running. Not stopping. Still walking. And somehow, it's closer. We didn't stop until we saw them. Two men standing near a crossing, smoking, talking softly under the weak glow of a street lamp. We made a beeline straight for them, our fear plain on our faces. They looked confused, startled even. And when I turned back, she was gone. Vanished. Not behind a corner. Not retreating. Just gone. We wanted to chalk it up to her being someone that was high or something, but that couldn't explain the fact she just vanished. But, I swear, it didn't feel like she had left. It felt like she'd just stepped out of sight. Like she was still nearby, watching. Just out of reach. Waiting. And even now, when I pass that street or see a cat staring from a window, I get that same cold twist in my stomach. That pressure in the air. That feeling that something unnatural is near. If I turn too slowly, or blink too long, she'll be there. Still walking. Still catching up. There's something in the field. The Pacific Northwest is a place of wonder, and where we believe creatures of lore exist, there have been too many various sightings here. I wouldn't say demonic in nature, more like there are tangible beings. The skies are vast, the air is clean, and there is a mystic feeling here, almost as if when you turn a corner, you might see a fairy. We never want to live anywhere else. I have been renting a farmhouse-style house with my two grandchildren, my son, and his fiancée for almost 3 years now. We have a well under the back half of the house and a pump house behind us. There are around 10 acres of land looking out towards Mount Rainier, and we have a 2-car garage connected to a big workshop, and next to us is forest. All the things I will be describing have been spread out since we have lived on this property. Sometimes we hear screams coming from the forest, and all the wildlife becomes still and quiet. Occasionally we've listened to what sounds like a metal chair scraping on a concrete floor in the distance that echoes over our land. I talked to the young man and his brother, who currently live on the same lot but closer to the forest, and they told me that they hear it too but stay in after dark because it feels like they are being watched. All of them believe that something is wrong with this land. His brother also shared that he sees a demon boy, as he put it, in his room and other places in the house. I asked him why he calls him a demon. He replied, because he scares me and messes with my stuff. I really don't think it is a demon, but what he saw and what we saw in our house will be for another time to tell. As for the noises in the forest, I have compared these sounds to various wildlife indigenous to the area but found nothing. This was when we first moved here to this property that is surrounded by farms. One late night I was driving down the lonely road home lit only by a handful of streetlights when I saw a flash of eyes in the distance. Not wanting to hit what I thought might be a deer, I slowed down. When I arrived at where I thought it was gone, but the side of the headlights shined on something grayish-white, and I noticed something almost the size of a man crawling into the bushes. I saw its back muscles and shoulder blades and its back leg. There was no fur, no tail, and no feathers, just a light-colored muscular creature. I quickly turned the corner, hoping to see it crawl out over the train tracks on the other side of the bushes, but it wasn't there, so I went home. I know what I saw, my headlights shined on it. I will try to compile all that we have seen in these 3 years. We know there is something going on with this land. My 2 adult children, my son's fiancée, and I have seen a tall white creature. It stands about 7 feet tall with large eyes peeking around the workshop, revealing his head, chest, shoulder, arm with his hand on the wall, and part of his foot, or it peeks into the garage window, and we have seen this on many occasions, a few times from my son's window upstairs. My daughter was here for a visit once. She thought she dropped something earlier out back when she was playing with the kids in the yard. It was dark, so she and my son went out there, and they both had flashlights to find whatever it was she dropped. They were searching for a while when they heard something rustle in the tall grass beyond them. She shone her light in the direction of the noise, and standing tall there in the field was that same creature, so they both ran like hell back to the house. She later moved out of state, and it's been over a year since that event happened, so before I wrote this, I gave her a call. I didn't want to lead the conversation, so I simply asked her what she remembered. She described that thing to a T and went on by telling me about the time she saw it on the roof of the garage where both awnings meet. She stepped out on the front porch, and something caught her eye over the garage. She said she stepped closer, and it tilted its head. My daughter then turned to tell her brother to look, and when she looked back, it was gone. Then, of course, she had to ask me, "Don't you remember me telling you, and you thought I was on drugs or something?" I do remember that, and I apologized. I don't think this or these things have ill intent, or at least I would hope not, it's just scary. On an early evening, my son and his fiancée were leaving the garage from the side door, and my son locked eyes with this same thing crouched on all fours on a lawn couch outside my bedroom window. He said it was white with pasty skin and had a long neck and big round eyes that almost glowed. Its head stayed fixed on him and straight but moved up and around clockwise and back like it was sizing them up like an owl. It was crouched with knees. It was not an owl. My son then started pushing his girl faster to the house. It was a while before he went back out there, never alone, and never at night. Just to let you know, we have never seen a raccoon or a squirrel on this property. Another time, I was on my front porch one evening. I let the dogs out one last time before bed and noticed that they were all acting skittish. They all did their thing and piled up in front of the front door with crazy eyes as if they wanted in now. Thinking it might be coyotes, I let them in and went to the end of the porch to see what frightened them. I keep a light on above my back door and another one further down in another area on the back of the house. Something was tall enough to block out the light, casting its shadow on the wall of the garage. It couldn't have been a giant moth on the light because the shadow was cast by both lights. That gave me the creeps to think that something was standing right outside my back door. My granddaughter keeps her window blinds shut after dark, even though there is no one around. She said she feels uneasy. We are not living in fear by any means. It's just different, you know? This hasn't been an everyday occurrence, but it is enough to take notice. I have no explanation as to what this is. At first, I blew it off, thinking that it was just some sort of wildlife we didn't know about before. After almost 3 years of seeing these things and receiving validation from others, I know that they are so much more. Update: this property was sold. They are letting us stay until June 2022. The new owners wanted a walkthrough. When I raised the shop's roll-up door, we saw that something heavy had broken the rain gutter halfway down from the roof. The next night we heard something screeching on that side of the outside of the garage when we got home from the store, but something told me not to go over there. Later that night, the last time of letting the dogs out for the night, my ex saw something he couldn't explain in the yard and heard some kind of screeching noise. He said that maybe it was a coyote, but we knew that it was more than that. My son asked me tonight if I wanted to check the outside of the shop out, but I said definitely no. Maybe someday before we move and I ever get my hands on some proper camera equipment with night vision, I will share my findings. Thank you for listening. My 2 creepiest experiences. These 2 stories will, with no doubt, be met with skepticism, but I swear that they're true. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Story 1. This happened about 4 years ago, back when I was 16. My best friend, whom I shall refer to as M, and I had established a tradition of taking evening walks around our town. It was our way of unwinding and catching up, venting about school, or just talking. Our usual route took us over this bridge that crosses some train tracks. It's not a creepy bridge by any means. It's wide and well lit with streetlights, and we'd walked over it a million times without a second thought. Nothing ever felt off. Until that night. It was a cool summer evening, probably around 10 or 11 p.m. The sky was clear, and it was quiet, like always. We were halfway across the bridge, mid-conversation, when one of the streetlights above us started flickering. It was not a subtle flicker, rather, it was an aggressive, strobe light kind of flickering that compels you to stop and look. Then, it just died. Completely. The other lights along the bridge stayed on, so it wasn't a power outage or anything. Just that one light, right above us, went out. Em and I stopped walking. We didn't say anything at first, just exchanged a glance, until Em said, "Okay, that's creepy as duck," or something like that. But the air felt heavy. I know that sounds cliché, but it's the only way I can describe it. It wasn't just darker because of the light going out, it was like the atmosphere shifted. Like we'd crossed some invisible line into a place we weren't supposed to be. My skin prickled, and I swear I felt eyes on me, like something was watching us from somewhere close. I couldn't see anything out of place, but the feeling was so strong it made my stomach churn. Then we heard it. A scream. It came from below the bridge, down where the train tracks run. It echoed off the concrete pillars and steel rails, so loud and sharp it felt like it pierced right through me. At first, I thought it was human, a woman, maybe, in pain or panic. But it didn't sound right. It was too distorted. Like something was trying to sound human but couldn't quite get it right. The best way I can describe it is like a woman's scream, but warped, like it was being filtered through something unnatural. Not animalistic and not mechanical, just wrong. The only way to really know how it sounded was to have been there. The scream lasted maybe 5 seconds, but it felt like forever. Em and I looked at each other. His eyes were wide, and I could tell he was feeling the same thing I was. Whatever made that sound wasn't supposed to be there. As soon as the scream stopped, the silence was worse. It was like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something else to happen. We didn't stay to discover what would happen next. We ran. I don't think I've ever run that fast in my life. We didn't stop until we were far enough away that the bridge was out of sight, panting and shaking in the middle of a well-lit street. When we finally caught our breath, Em just said, "What the duck was that?" I had an idea. My mind went straight to the Wendigo and Skinwalker stories. The thing is, those legends and stories are from America, and we're not. We're not even close. We didn't talk much after that, just walked home as fast as we could, constantly looking over our shoulders. The next day, I checked the news, social media, everything. No reports of missing people, no injured animals, no nothing. Our town is small, and stuff like that would have made waves. Plus, we don't have big predators around here, no bears, no wolves, nothing that could make a sound like that. And violent crime? Practically non-existent. But that scream. It wasn't just some random noise. It felt personal, like it was meant for us to hear. Like we'd stumbled into something's territory, and it wanted us to know. Em and I don't talk about it much anymore, and he always downplays it when we tell it to others, but when it's just us, and I bring it up, I can see in his eyes that he remembers it just like I do. I still get chills thinking about it, and I can't help but wonder what was down there under the bridge that night. Story 2. This second one might be even weirder. It happened 5 years ago. I used to sleep with my bedroom door open because I was always scared that someone would come and kidnap me in the night. So it would be easier to call out to my parents if the door was open. I had grown out of this fear by then, but I still kept the door open out of habit. One night, I woke up for no reason. No noise, no bad dreams, nothing. I just rolled over in bed and faced the doorway. Something made me open my eyes, like an instinct I didn't know I had. And there, sitting in a squat in the hallway just outside my room, was a boy. At first, I thought it was my younger brother. He was about 10 at the time, and it wouldn't have been totally weird for him to be up at night. But the longer I looked, the more I realized this wasn't him. This kid was blue. Not pale, not shadowed, but blue, like his skin was tinted some unnatural shade. But his eyes were what got me, though. They were huge, way too big for a human face, and pitch black, like a shark's eyes. But they weren't empty, they reflected the dim light from the moon. He was just sitting there, staring at me. Then, slowly, he raised one hand and waved. It was a slow wave, and it went on for quite a bit. My brain immediately went to sleep paralysis. I'd read about it online, and it has happened to me once before, and it seemed like the logical explanation. But here's the thing, I could move. I shifted in bed, blinked a few times, and even pinched my arm to make sure I was awake. I was. My body wasn't locked up. I wasn't dreaming. This was real. The weirdest part? I wasn't scared. I should have been freaking out, right? A blue kid with creepy eyes waving at me in the middle of the night? But I felt calm. Like whatever this thing was, it wasn't there to hurt me. It felt like it was just watching. Waiting for me to notice it. I don't remember what happened next. I know that sounds like a cop-out, but I genuinely don't. 1 second, I was staring at this kid, and the next, it was morning. I woke up feeling fine, but every detail of that encounter was burned into my brain. The blue skin, the eyes, the wave. It was so vivid, it didn't feel like a dream at all. I checked the hallway the next day, half expecting to find some trace of whatever it was. Nothing. No footprints, no weird marks, nothing out of place. I asked my brother if he'd been up that night, and he looked at me like I was crazy. My parents didn't hear or see anything either. I've never seen the blue boy again, but I still sleep with my door closed now. I've been sitting on these stories for years because I didn't know how to talk about them without sounding like I'm losing it. But the more I lurk on these kinds of communities, the more I realize I'm not alone in having weird, unexplainable experiences. I'm uncertain whether these experiences were caused by ghosts, demons, a glitch in reality, or simply a figment of my imagination. All I know is that both times, it felt like I'd crossed paths with something that wasn't meant for me to see. I answered the voice back when I'm not supposed to. My roommate and I live in a 2-bedroom apartment next to a busy street. Trucks, police cars, fire trucks, and cars drive by at all times of the day and night. Second, the dilemma. I was up late and needed to grab more toilet paper from the coat closet by our entryway. I made my way past my roommate's bedroom, where I could hear that she was awake and watching a show, past the kitchen, and into the living room to get to the coat closet. I am a chicken, so I of course turn on all the lights. Third, the experience. I took my time getting the toilet paper because I was counting how many rolls we had left until we had to buy a new 30-pack. I was almost done counting when I heard my name being called by a female voice to my right, where our security camera was above a window. The thing about our camera is that, if you have the app, you can press a button and talk through it. She and I both have the app. When I heard my name being called, I thought it was her through the camera, so I looked at the camera and said something along the lines of, "Ha ha, very funny," with a smile, and I texted her about it when I was back in my bedroom. It wasn't funny when I found out she didn't even know how to talk through the camera, and her phone's microphone wasn't even connected to the app. The voice didn't belong to her. I felt goosebumps crawl over my skin. As she stood in the hallway discussing this with me, I couldn't help but glance over her shoulder down the hall into the living room. By this time, all the lights except for our rooms were turned off. In the very, very narrow opening between the living room/her bedroom wall corner and the living room/kitchen wall corner, I saw a white orb move in the darkness towards the entryway. I tried to look at it through the camera playback, but there isn't anything. The voice was not captured on camera either. I looked so weird talking to the camera, but TBH, actually getting the voice on camera would have made me nope out of my lease. I tried to rationalize that the orb could have been a light from a car on the busy street and that the voice was probably the neighbors or the wind from outside. Then I tried to rationalize that if it was none of those things, at least it left quickly and didn't come back. Especially since I was dumb enough to answer it without thinking. So, I see a crawling shadow sometimes. I'll be blunt, I have a condition that can cause hallucinations. I'm being treated for it. I only rule out hallucinations in this case because, last I checked, I'm only really prone to flashbacks, and people started to complain to me about what they were seeing, and it was frighteningly similar. This strikes me as weird. Not necessarily paranormal, I could just be delusional with cruel friends, but weird. Their name is Ro. At least, those are the only 2 letters of their name that I know. They don't like being called it, and they've been following me for nearly 7 years. It all started when I met my ex. Let's call him S for the sake of anonymity.
Shortly after I met S, I began seeing strange shadows and hearing weird sounds.
This was before my condition, so it was kind of scary and weird, but I didn't really talk about it with anyone. At least not seriously. I claimed to be sleep deprived a lot and even claimed fever dreams at one point. Over time, the shadows started getting closer and the noises started getting louder. S seemed to escalate with it and over time became extremely cruel. I won't go into the details, but he's the reason I have a problem at all. Every flashback I have is centered on what he'd do to me or say to me. I don't understand why I stayed. I don't think Ro knows either. What I do know is that I was on the phone once with S while he was moving into his new house, and my visitor decided to show themselves. They would have been freakishly tall if they were upright, but they crawled on the ground like some kind of bug. Every part of them was longer than normal, their face non-existent, and joints popped out at weird angles. Their spine and shoulders seemed especially ducked up. Then, they came at me. It wasn't threatening, but I screamed and hung up and bolted. It wasn't until later that I realized they had actually stopped before hitting me, almost like I startled them back when I jumped up and ran. It was pretty strange. Later, when S was at my house, we were in the kitchen, and he tried to push me out of the way. Not violently, since I was just obstructing his getting to a cabinet and he was urging me over, but he stopped cold when a massive black mass zipped between us. He thought it was my cat until he realized that my cat doesn't come up past his waist. I don't know if it was panic or excitement, but he chased after it and spent the rest of the night trying to talk to the shadow. He convinced himself their name was Sin. He set up a camera. He actually left me alone for the night because he was so preoccupied. Unfortunately, he also locked me out of my room so I wouldn't interrupt at some point, and standing outside for an hour, waiting, was the first time I really saw Ro. They had a face, sort of. There were indentations where the eyes should be, a slight bump where the nose should be, and strained skin where the mouth should be. Their neck is just as freakishly long as the rest of them. They're horribly emaciated. And they were lying at the opposite end of the hall, on the floor. Just limp on their side, staring at me. I wasn't scared, and there was never an air of ill intent. It was like they were just kind of sitting out there with me as a sign of solidarity or whatever. They raised their heads slightly and then slithered backwards into one of the back rooms. Then came the sightings by my friends. Once I thought somebody broke into my house and trailed them with a knife. When I asked what he saw, the friend told me it was a tall, skinny guy who just walked out of my mom's room across the hall. I had never told him about the shadow. Another friend repeatedly saw him, to the point she refused to stay anywhere alone in the house. She always said she didn't feel threatened, but that she can't even take jump scares in horror movies, so shuffling shadow men were a bit much. I understand since I still jump whenever I think I see Ro. The only one who doesn't seem spooked is the cat. My old dog, who passed away from natural causes after many years together, is also gone. They acknowledged something and even played with something, but I never heard a growl or a hiss or anything. In the past few years, I've accepted the fact that Ro is probably something paranormal. I've started trying to talk to it, usually by some pendulum method I found while asking yes or no questions. Or asking them to tap once for yes or twice for no. That sort of deal. They say they've never been alive. They don't know what they are. They can't control when they appear or where. They never had a name but gave themselves one. The first two letters are R and O, but it's become a game for me to figure it out. They're not in pain. They're not angry. They don't understand people very well, and that's why they're so bad at mimicking them. They like conversation but can't talk. They don't like constant attention. They get exhausted with interaction quickly. I talked to a friend who told me they think Ro may be a thought form or something, born from the abuse. Maybe it's a side effect of my disorder, but I'm projecting it somehow. Personally? I don't know. Despite my words, I often feel like I'm crazy or that I'm deluding myself into believing I'm a unique individual. I'm not. I'm some traumatized woman who lives in a trailer. Who? So, I'm mostly just posting my story here to get some opinions? Thought form? Spirit? Delusions? Could it be a component of my post-traumatic stress? I haven't got a clue. This happened to my family in 2005. I was a kid at the time. I and my older sister are my dad's second set of kids from his second marriage. My dad had just returned from Iraq. He was in the army, but he was just medically separated from the army after 17 years of service due to PTSD after a particularly horrific shelling on the base he was stationed on at the time. When he came home, he was sick with chest congestion and a cough that sounded like a death rattle. After a week home and a round of antibiotics, his chest x-ray said he has double pneumonia. He was admitted to the hospital, and things went south quickly. He was transferred to the ICU and put on a breathing machine. My mother was a crying mess, so my sister and I knew things were not good with my dad. We were told to plan a funeral because the doctors said my dad might die. After not being able to find the correct antibiotic to cure the infection in his chest, my dad had to be revived several times after his heart gave in due to the lack of oxygen. Luckily a new pulmonologist was consulted, and he took samples of the infection and grew them in a lab and then killed the infection with an older single-spectrum antibiotic. As soon as the medicine was given to my dad, he quickly recovered and was home before we knew it. This is where the story really begins. After coming home from the hospital, my dad began telling stories about his brush with death. He told us that when he died he saw his first wife, who had died years earlier, and she wouldn't let him past her to go into the light. She just held her hands up like, "Stop, you can't come in." He also told us he could see a light in the corner of the ICU room. His uncles and grandparents were there. It was all very fascinating, but the stories of dead relatives were nothing compared to what happened next. When we were kids, my dad would load us in the Jeep when he was on leave, and we would hit the road to Telluride or some other mountain destination to go fishing. My dad lives to go fishing, and we loved to go. We would sit on the bank of some mountain lake, and my dad would bait our hooks and toss the line out and set the line. My sister and I would soon start a competition to see who could catch the biggest rainbow trout and who could catch more fish, and my dad would settle into his lawn chair with his fishing pole in one hand, a line in the water, and a cold beer in his other hand. My mom would make cold meat sandwiches for lunch. We would watch eagles hunting for fish and diving down to pull fish from the water and fly away. Life was good. After my dad was fully recovered from his pneumonia, he packed up the Jeep one day and announced that we were going up north to Telluride to go fishing. The Blues Festival was on as well. We loved going to the festival, so we happily piled into the Jeep. It was a 9-hour Jeep ride on winding mountain roads, but my sister and I were excited to go. As the day grew late and my sister and I dozed in the back seat, just a few miles from our favorite camping spot, my dad suddenly stopped the Jeep on one of those winding mountain back roads. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel. I was seated behind my mom, so as I woke up, I saw the look on my dad's face. He looked like he had seen a ghost. The color was gone from his face. My mom asked him, "Are you okay? And why are you stopping?" My dad looked over at my mom and said, still looking forward, "Do you see that?" My mom said, "See what?" What my dad said next sent chills down my 8-year-old body. He said in a shaky low voice, "I saw a Native American in full war paint and headdress riding on a pony, keeping pace with us on the side of the road. He ran past us and cut us off. The rider and horse are stopped, and they are standing in the middle of the road in front of the Jeep. Can you see them?" The silence in the Jeep was deafening. My dad was shaking, staring straight ahead. The sweat was beaded up on his forehead. My mom finally broke the silence, saying, "I can't see him," and asking again, "Are you okay?" I couldn't see it either, and I said so, but I could tell my dad could see him. Then, suddenly, my dad jumped like someone had snapped their fingers in front of his face, and he said, loudly, "OMG, he's gone. He just faded away." To understand how weird this was, you have to know how no-nonsense my dad is. He's not one for fantasy. He's always been skeptical of the paranormal and would make fun of my mom for watching ghost shows. We sat there for a few more minutes. My dad was obviously trying to pull himself together. He ran his shaking hands through his grown-out buzz-cut hair. He shook his hands, like they hurt from gripping the steering wheel so hard. The rest of the fishing trip and festival went fairly normal, but I could tell my dad was shook. He maintained a quiet demeanor, appearing to be frequently engrossed in deep thought. One Saturday morning, after we had returned from our week in Colorado, I could hear my dad excitedly talking in my parents' bedroom. I could hear him telling my mom he had seen a little girl and a big white dog walk through their bedroom. The little girl was dressed in a white period gown and had a red ribbon in her short brown hair. She had stopped in front of my dad, who was sitting on the edge of his bed. She looked up at him, her dog sat down next to her. After a minute, she turned on her heel, and her dog followed her out of the bedroom and through the wall. At this point my dad was probably doubting his sanity. He had been looking for a federal job, and soon he was gone again, finding a job that took him to DC several months a year. He never brought up his paranormal experiences again. However, he never made fun of my mom's ghost TV shows again. I was a missionary for my church in Argentina, and there are two experiences that still get to me when I talk about them. First, there was a lady standing in front of her house looking down, so we, my companion and I, went up and talked to her. She was crying and saying that they, the police, took her daughter away. She was an alcoholic and drug user, we found out, so they took the kid away for safety, but then the lady started saying how the house we were at wasn't hers. She would black out and wake up there every day. And if she wasn't in the house, she would wake up in the middle of the highway. She said that the guy who lived there sacrificed animals over a satanic circle he had in his room and then had physical with her. She started having dreams of Satan and him hurting her. Anyways, as we talked to her, she would be fine, for her present state, but as soon as we brought up religion, her voice would lower unnaturally, and she would refuse to look at us. We would change subjects, and she would go back to talking normally. We repeated this a bit and decided there was nothing we could do. We told her we would contact help for her and shook her hand, and the instant my hand touched hers, every ounce of energy I had was drained from me. Same with my companion. We left, found a curb, and sat there for an hour in silence, regaining our energy. Second, we were at this house of a lady who was a part of a satanic cult called Umbanda. She wanted out but said her house was possessed and she was scared for her life. We went and started talking to her casually, and as time went on, we started to hear footsteps and scratching on the ceiling above us, the lights started flickering, and in the kitchen, which was in sight, we could see cabinets opening and closing, and the thin metal back door we saw shaking and would hear knocking. The event was in the middle of the day. Anyways, we started to pray. She asked for a blessing on her house, to leave a blessing and to ask for the spirits to leave. As we prayed, the commotion in the kitchen got more furious, the footsteps and scratches above us got louder, and the room seemed to shrink and get darker. After the prayer, we sat with everything going on for a minute, then it all stopped at once. It freaked us all out. Years ago, I visited an ex-boyfriend's home, a large Victorian mansion located in Brandon, Suffolk, surrounded by the gorgeous English countryside. It was his parents' home, which had been in their family for about 3 generations, if I remember correctly. He was called into work, and I was left in the home with his mother. She came upstairs to let me know that she was going to be running errands and she would be gone for the day, so I was home alone. About an hour passed, and I got up to use the bathroom, which was inside the bedroom. Instinctively I went in and locked the door out of habit, even though I was home alone. The door to the bedroom was closed, and the door to the bathroom was closed and locked. I heard knocking on the bedroom door, and I kept answering for somebody to come in, and no one answered. I heard knocking again, called out again for them to come in, and got no answer. I assumed it was his mom who forgot something and returned to the house. A couple minutes later, I heard a woman's voice from the other side of the wall in the bathroom calling my name, and I kept answering, really thinking it was his mom. I heard this woman calling me 3 or 4 more times, to which I answered, but I never got a response. About 45 minutes later, my ex came home, and I told him how his mom was knocking on the door and she must not have heard me, but she was calling me and I was answering her, but she didn't hear me. I felt really bad because when I left the bathroom, she had left the house again. He was super confused because he told me his mom had been out all day and she wasn't back home, so I told him that she must have left. She told me she was leaving, but then less than an hour later I assumed she forgot something because she definitely came back and was knocking on the door and calling me because I could hear her from the bathroom. His mom got back home about 3 or 4 hours later, and around the dinner table, I apologized for not getting to her before she left the house again, and she looked at me like I was absolutely insane. She had no idea what I was talking about, so I explained the story, and she very flippantly said, "Oh, that must have been the ghost of that girl." And everyone laughed. I laughed too, but this house was super creepy, and I kind of believed it because I definitely believe in paranormal stuff. My ex got really serious and looked at me and said, "I'll talk to you about it later." After dinner, we went back upstairs, and he told him to show him where I could hear the woman calling me from, and I said, "Oh, just from the other side of the wall in the bathroom." And he said, "The wall in the bathroom?" I said, "Yeah, the wall in the bathroom." And he said, "Which wall?" So I went into the bathroom and pointed to the wall, and he said, "You realize that that wall is to the outside, right?" We were about 4 stories up. This house was massive, a literal mansion. He said that I became white as a ghost because I didn't even realize that was the case. We were extremely high up, and on the other side of that wall was a courtyard with an in-ground pool far below us. He proceeded to tell me a story about a young woman back in the 1800s or so who lived in the house with her family and entered a relationship with an older man that the family did not approve of, and they forbade her to see him. She rebelled and continued to see him anyway. When the family found out that she was secretly seeing him, they locked her in the room, which happened to be my ex's bedroom. I'm not quite sure how long she was locked in the room for, but there used to be train tracks that ran behind that house that you could still see in that courtyard. Apparently, she threw herself onto the train tracks out of the window, and people have heard her calling their names for years on end since she died. The whole family assumed that she was the one calling me because I was always at that house. Needless to say, I never wanted to sleep in there again. What happened that night? From a young age I lived with my grandparents in their house with my older brother. My garage was haunted, I guess, by a man who had lived there and passed away previously. He wasn't evil or anything, he just wasn't too happy when people went into his space, the garage, and he never left his place. I never told anyone in my house that I could feel his presence, as I didn't want to be made fun of, but on New Year's Eve of 2016, we were all round at our neighbor's house, and my grandma brought it up and said that it was haunted, and everyone kept saying, "Nah, it's not," and I looked at them all and explained that it is, and I felt the presence as well. No one believed us. Knowing about the presence in the garage, I can get on with my story. From a very young age I was afraid of the dark. You know, just an average fear. I used to hear noises in my ear at night, and I would always feel like something was standing by my door watching me. This happened every night from when I was 7 years old until I was 14. It got worse and worse as I got older, though. It started out with just a bad feeling that I could brush off to an intense fear of something being there that didn't feel good at all. I would wake up dripping in sweat because I was so scared. I heard noises and sometimes felt like I couldn't even breathe. One night things went too far. It was like every other night. I woke up in the early hours of the morning, around 2:45 a.m., and broke into a cold sweat. It was all silent for about 10 minutes, then I heard the cutlery drawer from the kitchen downstairs be opened and fiddled with. At first I thought it was my granddad, but he was snoring his head off in bed. Then I thought Grandma must be down there, but then she coughed in her sleep, and a chill went down my spine because it wasn't my brother either, as he was at his mate's house. I was petrified and decided to close my eyes, but then I heard someone walking up our creaking stairs, and I, being the 12-year-old I was, hid under my blanket, closed my eyes, and faced the wall. Whatever came up the stairs came into my room and stood in front of my bed, breathing heavily into my ear. I held my eyes shut, and then, out of nowhere, my duvet was pulled off me and flung to the end of my bed. I was completely paralyzed, and my heart was pounding as I heard the heavy breathing next to my ear. After a minute or so the thing left my room, but I was paralyzed for at least another 5 minutes. As soon as I regained movement, I grabbed my covers over my head and forced myself back to sleep. It has never happened again since then, but to this day, no one has ever believed me and has blamed it on an active imagination or sleep paralysis. I don't suffer with sleep paralysis at all. If anyone has any idea of what it could have been, I'm open to hearing suggestions. My friend and I experienced a hauntingly similar dream following a paranormal encounter at his grandfather's ranch. So this might be a little long, so sorry about that, and just so you know, there's no grand revelation or, honestly, anything super exciting besides a handful of weird encounters and then a shared nightmare. This happened around 3 years ago, and I haven't typed it up before. I've only told close friends and family. First time writing out anything I've experienced firsthand, so sorry if it's messy and cluttered. Okay, here it is. So my friend's grandpa has a huge ranch, I think 300 to 500 acres, give or take. His grandparents' house sits near the entrance of the ranch, while a small bunkhouse is situated pretty far off from the main house, nestled against the tree line that leads into the more unmanaged areas of the land. The bunkhouse was really cool. It had 2 inflatable mattresses, reclining chairs, a shuffleboard, and a TV. We weren't going to spend much time there, as we planned on getting drunk and fishing and shooting the guns I had brought with us. At the time I was 19 and he was 18, so we were just looking forward to spending a few days just chilling on our own and feeling grown up. So essentially that's the setup, and on day 1 at the ranch, after we were done shooting some bull skulls in the bone yard with the Mosin and the .22, we had both finished a tall boy and were a little buzzed but not really drunk in any way. We hopped in the Ranger and started heading back to the bunkhouse, which was about a 4-minute drive in the Ranger away. On our way back the sun is starting to set, and because we're in Texas, the sunset was an absolutely gorgeous gradient of deep reds and bright oranges. We looked off the edge of the property because that's where the sunset was. It led into a bramble-filled forest, but it was land owned by a neighboring family. It was just an unmanaged part. As we were staring off and driving a bit slower, we both noticed what we thought were some hogs running through the brush a bit into the tree line. We kind of slowed down to get a closer look because they would be the first hogs we'd seen on our trip. We didn't have the assault rifle with us, though, so we didn't bother making a full stop to take pot shots at them. Our normal instinct would be to stop the Ranger and take the bastards down, as they're a pest in this area of the world. Sorry, animal lovers, it has to be done. We looked on and noticed that it wasn't a small group of pigs running, it was just like a couple of hunched over figures. I don't want to say they looked humanoid because we really didn't get a good enough look at their shape, but I don't know, the way they were loping through the underbrush was weird and vaguely human. We were both confused as shit just trying to figure out what we were looking at, but they managed to get far enough away to be out of sight before either of us could really even guess at what we saw. It's so hard to explain. We saw so little of the things that it really shouldn't have unnerved us as much as it did, especially seeing as we were buzzed with guns in tow and probably felt badass. We hurried to the bunkhouse, kind of quietly mentioning how that was weird. Since we were done shooting for the day, we decided to get well and truly drunk and left the Ranger at the bunkhouse and hiked a small way up to the creek. We brought out some folding chairs and climbed a small cliff to set them up and smoke some weed. As Friendo was packing a bowl, off in the distance a pretty significant amount of movement caught our attention. The cliff gave us a good view of the surrounding property. We looked down at the vague hints of motion and saw once again hunched dark figures looming in the underbrush of a forest pretty far off. This time though it was easy to tell there were 3 of them. They moved around carefully, getting closer to us, then randomly backing off away. They seemed to keep a consistent distance but randomly got closer and further away if we ever looked away for a minute. We got so invested in watching these little things and wondering what they were that we forgot to light up the bowl. We ignore the shapes, smoke up, and finish our drinking on the shore of the creek, off of the cliff. Nothing eventful happened except for the occasional rustling sound, which was likely caused by a rabbit or some other animal. We get drunk, wander back to the cabin, and pass out super ducking hard. Now here's where the genuinely weird shit happens. I have this incredibly vivid dream of hiking to the boneyard where we were shooting with my friend next to me. We both were in tattered furs for clothes, and I distinctly remember the feeling of damp, untreated hide against my skin. We made our way to the center of the small boneyard and assembled a weird statue out of the bones. I guess effigy might be a better word than statue. But we made this weird ritualistic looking form out of the bones, and as soon as we finished, those loping, hunched shapes came out of the darkness and began tearing and cutting us apart. The feeling of cold sharpness cutting into me was extremely vivid and almost genuinely painful. I woke up in a cold sweat, and I saw my friend just kind of sitting up in his bed, staring at the bunkhouse door. He got up, I don't think he noticed I was awake, and peered outside of the blinds. He muttered something to himself, then came to shake me awake. As he moved over to me, he saw I was wide awake and told me to come look at this shit. Outside in the forest the bunkhouse was nudged against, and the figures were there. Crawling and moving all hunched, but still too dark and vague for me to tell what they could be. He stopped looking through the blinds and turned on a lamp. We started playing war with some poker cards and started talking about the weird shapes. We talked about when we first saw them and then seeing them again at the creek. He told me he had a really bad feeling when we were drunkenly walking back to the bunkhouse. Then he started telling me about a ducked-up dream he had. And well, I'm sure you already guessed it, the dream was to a T exactly what I had dreamed. I mean every single detail, from the weird furs we wore to the shapes coming at us and clawing us. For the rest of the trip we saw the shapes in the distance, but they seemed to move less and be less full of energy after the encounter. Now I know that was really long, and there isn't much of a payoff, as that's pretty much all that happened. What is interesting to note, though, is that after my friend told his grandfather about what happened, he no longer allows anyone to stay in the bunkhouse and, from what I heard, has converted it into a glorified storage shed. Something is haunting me and my boyfriend. It just woke me up. My boyfriend and I, both 20, live between our parents' homes. We're neighbors and met in high school, so we're good friends and go over to each other's homes often. I, myself, have had plenty of encounters with spirits, especially when I've attempted to open my chakras. I stopped messing with spirit things when something grave attached itself to me, and I had to go to a shaman to remove it. I'm terrified by spirits. I usually can see them in my head, something shows me what they look like. They're monsters. My skin crawls thinking about it. It's been a good 3 years since I had an encounter. My boyfriend has never encountered them. So it's been terrifying for us both. It started out as really obscure things that just happened, things moving or going missing. My parents went out for the weekend, so we stayed at my place. My boyfriend walked in the front door and noticed a rocking chair moving back and forth in the dark. Nobody's around, and no animals either. He gasped and pointed, staring wide-eyed. I rushed over, but all I saw was it slowly move and then suddenly stop. My heart sank into my chest. I tried to pretend it was fine, and I looked around for a bit, but it really made me uneasy thinking we were sleeping there, alone. We brushed it off, but we both knew something had to have moved it. Increasingly bad luck has struck me as I lost my job, so I spend more time at his place. My sleep schedule and mental health are down the drain, and what's worse is I haven't been able to sleep at his house. At all. Usually I'm so happy to be with him I cuddle right up. But I've grown so agitated and restless that his snoring is something to fight over. It's been a week of restless nights. For some reason, I find myself crying nonstop. I'm not even sad. I make excuses so I don't have to stay at his home. We tried to sleep separately. I told him I needed space, which was the worst decision we could have made. He messaged me frantically in the middle of the night, I feel something breathing on my neck. I don't think I can move. Something is on top of me. You shouldn't have left me alone in here. I'm so scared. I was mortified. I thought somebody was going to hurt him. I told him to gather his courage, calm down, and run out of there. I was going to come help. He said he heard it speak to him. He said something like, "Don't let me leave the house alone," in a creepy voice. He ended up sleeping in my house. We figured this thing is making us fight, and it wants us alone. So we saged our houses and prayed. And we're not spiritual/religious. I've been hearing knocking outside at night, which woke me and my cat up not too long ago, which is why I'm writing this. It knocks 5 times in a row. I told my parents to check for a bird or burglar at 1 a.m. My dad even heard the knocking and went to go look. But he didn't see anything. This creature is disgusting. I briefly saw it. It looked like only what I can describe as a swamp hag creature made of driftwood that looks like bone. Some of the wood is wet and weighs itself down on one side, so it's hunched over. It ran up behind me late one night after I used the washroom and headed back to bed. It was right behind me. It wanted me to scream. I don't really know what to do. It's still haunting us, but we're doing all that we can to keep it away. We have no idea what brought it here. I apologize so often to my BF because I have a history with spirits. Spirits tend to antagonize both me and my family. We have crosses on our windows and even pray before bed for angels to protect us from this thing. My parents' idea, of course, any help or advice. Even some sort of reassurance is gladly appreciated. The second room in the basement. I've never really had any reason to be truly scared. Looking back, there isn't one experience I can think of that truly terrified me. I've jumped countless times, from sudden, loud noises or catching something move in my peripheral vision. I do not recall ever fully screaming or shouting. Perhaps this is due to my generally reserved nature, as I tend to conceal my emotions from others. I lost my eldest daughter once. She was 2, and we were in B&Q, a hardware store. They have model bathrooms and kitchens. There I am admiring some taps or tiles or whatever it was. I turn around to the shower she was messing in, and poof, she's gone. That was terrifying, but I wasn't scared, more frantic. Full disclosure, I found her taking a dump on one of the display toilets. It was not my proudest moment having to tell the employee they needed a cleanup in all 6. Anyway, so I haven't ever really been terrified. Except once. It happened back when I was 17. I'd left school that summer and had 6 weeks before starting college. It was baking hot in the small, rural town that I lived in. Situated in the middle of England, it's an old coal mining town, and, a bit of British history here, all the mines were closed down, which decimated both the economy and job opportunities of the small pit towns throughout the country. Back in my town, if you're old enough, or at least look old enough, you spend your time in the local pubs. If you're not, you have nothing else to do but roam the streets seeking your own entertainment. I and my friends were the latter. On the main road through town, away from other houses, stood a dilapidated house known as the O'Briens. A 4-story, 6-bedroom mansion, compared to all the other houses in town. There was an old couple who lived there who, at this point, had passed away some years prior, called, you guessed it, the O'Briens. They had 2 daughters who had moved abroad and had never claimed the house, so it just sat for years, building up dust and rotting away. A perfect opportunity for somewhere cool, private, and exciting for 6 teenagers to hang out. The house had a ridiculously big back garden, which was equally ridiculously overgrown. It literally took us the good part of a day to stomp down a pathway through the nettles and brush. Once through, there was a garage that we could drop down onto, which we pulled up the roof of to gain access. We spent nearly all summer in that house, hanging out, graffitiing the walls, drinking, smoking, etc., but there was one room that eluded us. From the garage, you headed through a kitchen, which now only consisted of a broken window that had been boarded up and a damaged set of cabinets on the back wall. You then stepped into a hallway that looked right through the front door, with a bathroom and 2 other large rooms on the left-hand side. On the right were the stairs to the second floor. The staircase was built against a wall and had wooden planks running vertically. Directly opposite the kitchen door, built into the back of the staircase, was a large metal door that had been painted white. The paint is now a sickly yellow, dusty, and flaky color. This door was locked. It simply wouldn't budge. And, looking at the hinges, it opened inwards. The house was big enough that we just kind of forgot about the locked door. We'd spend most days up in the 2 rooms of the 3rd floor away from the road outside to avoid any passersby hearing us and phoning the cops. That was until one of the lads decided, for no apparent reason, to light the moth-ridden curtain on fire with a Zippo he was messing with. The curtain, dust-covered carpet, and old, crinkled wallpaper went up in seconds. We only made it out by smashing the top window and jumping onto a dirt mound at the side of the garage. I think if adrenaline hadn't been coursing through us, it would have been a hell of a painful fall. We hid in some bushes over the road and watched the fire engine put out the flames, but before that could happen, they had engulfed the 2nd and 3rd floors. The 2nd was still usable once we got the courage to re-enter the house, but the 3rd was gone, just the outer walls and what was left of the roof. Shame, really. So, we were confined to the bottom floor. The garage was too dark to see in and only had an old table we'd found that you'd normally use to put the paste on wallpaper. We used it to get in and out of the roof. The kitchen wasn't much brighter, and the front room had a big window that overlooked the footpath and road outside, so that left us a small, bleak back room to chill in, which got boring rapidly. Boredom led to curiosity, and I noticed that one of the wooden planks on the side of the stairs was loose and that there was an open space behind it. Finally, we could see what was behind the metal door. What a mistake that was. They say curiosity killed the cat, but in this instance it questioned my whole belief. The wooden panels were surprisingly difficult to pull off, even for 6 fairly athletic teenagers. So we went out scouting and brought back a few torches and a crowbar. It was still a slog, but we finally managed to remove 2.5 of the panels. Shining the light into the hole revealed another staircase that led downwards. Yet, it looked as though it was decades older than the rest of the house. Cobwebs engulfed every surface. And the stench of musk and damp attacked your nostrils if you got anywhere near the hole. After some giddy behavior, some pushing and shoving, and a game of 6-man rock, paper, scissors, I grabbed a torch and slowly stuck my head through the hole. The room was darker than dark. So dark that the beam from the torch could be seen cutting through the blackness. I shone it down the staircase first. It went down deep. The hole we had made was maybe 4 or 5 steps from the door, and there were at least 25 below it. At the bottom of the staircase, there was a wall and a doorway to the left. I swung the torch to the right, towards the metal door, not expecting to see what I saw at all. The door was definitely locked tight with 3 separate deadbolts that ran down the side, all barred. But what caught me by surprise was on the small lip of the top step, pushed firmly against the door, was a really outdated fridge. The ones that were squared and about waist high. I told the lads who stood behind me, and they laughed, thinking I was joking. One by one they stuck their head in the hole, checked out the bottom of the stairs, and then the fridge. Each one as confused as myself. I remember sitting down, smoking a cigarette, and debating how and why it would be there. The door clearly opened inwards, which meant the door must have been locked from the inside, and then somehow the fridge was put up against it from the inside. We spent the rest of the day checking the garage and surrounding area of the house for a trapdoor or another entrance/exit to the cellar but couldn't find anything. We put it down to the sheer size and state of the garden and went home. The next few visits to the house were us trying to decide who would enter the cellar first. No one wanted to. And no matter how many games of rock, paper, scissors we played, it was always best out of a higher number. Until one day, I'd had enough. We were sitting in a circle in the other room. Messing with stuff and just generally chatting. Except for me, I just sat and stared at this hole, this dark void in the wall. Finally, I got up, exclaimed my intentions, took the torch from my pocket, and stepped inside. Everyone else quickly and very excitedly followed. Immediately, the first few layers of the wooden steps disintegrated under my feet. They turned into a mulch of damp splinters that clung to the sole of my shoe when I lifted my foot. It was worrying, but the stairs seemed sturdy enough. Each step I took downwards, the temperature dropped rapidly and the air seemed to get thicker and thicker. The inches of dust that I kicked up didn't help either. Admittedly, I was a little scared, but I had 5 other lads behind me, so it was impossible to turn tail now. I headed down and reached the second to last step. I could see the doorway, which led to an open room. Pausing, I regained my courage with a few shaky, deep breaths and stepped through. The room was in a worse state than the stairs. Webs littered the rafters and floorboards above like moss, they hung from the ceiling in clumps, all tarnished with dust. Weirdly, thinking about it now, we never saw any spiders though. The floor was carpeted in a layer of debris from the rotting wood above, dust, and dirt. It was a miracle none of us ever fell through the floor above. This place was a mess. The room was huge, expanding underneath the bathroom and both rooms on the first floor. And it was dark. There was no light source, apart from the torches 3 of us now carried. The room stood empty, except for a wooden table smack bang in the middle. No chair. Nothing around it. But on it stood a metal plate, crudely bashed into shape, with the remnants of a black goo on it. Next to the plate stood a tall, uncorked green bottle. One of the boys went over to it and picked it up. It sloshed as he did so. With a deep brown liquid and layers of dirt inside. I never smelled it, but apparently it was putrid. At first, we didn't see the other doorway. It was in the corner directly opposite the one we had entered. No door, just total darkness. We tried to shine our torches through it, but they didn't seem to cut through the shadows. It was like there was actually a door there, one that drained the torchlight. For some reason I didn't muster the courage to go into that room, and neither did anyone else. We simply turned and left, feeling like we'd had enough adventure for the day. Over the next week or so we invited girls and other friends to the house. However, all of them refused to enter the basement. We found this hilarious. And we would dare one another, more to show off than anything, to go down there either on our own or in pairs, without a flashlight, and see how long we could stay down there. Now, not once did I get scared while standing in complete darkness down there. It was calming. However, none of us ever found the courage to enter the other room. In hindsight, we should have questioned more why the door was metal or why it was locked from the inside and how a fridge got up the stairs and placed in front of the door as a barrier from the inside as well. But, full of excitement and immaturity, it never crossed our minds. We just assumed that there would be some sort of exit in the other room that led to the garden. Word quickly spread among the year groups about the O'Brien basement. And we definitely fed the rumors of it being haunted. Teenagers would ask us how to get into the house and for us to show them the barricaded door/basement. Therefore, because we thought we were cool, we spent another day making a maze in the garden, squashing down pathways that led away from the garage. We would then invite people into the house, lead them through the garden, into the garage, and show them the hole in the stairs. It got quite popular. And we decided to cash in on the opportunity. We told people that if they wanted to see the basement, then they would have to do the initiation. As they came in, we would have one person sit on the fridge and another at the bottom of the stairs, both with torches, and send the people into the first room, telling them that they had to stay in there for 10 minutes with the torches turned off, and then we would let them out. This went on for a while, and it was fun at first. Many people bottled it as soon as the torches were turned off. But some stayed. We'd cheer them back up the stairs when they completed it. It was a cheesy little ritual we created. But still, everyone refused to go into the other room. When questioned, they just said they didn't feel comfortable. This changed when my little brother and his friend arrived. They were 2 years younger than us. And initially, we refused to let anyone who wasn't our age into the house. We were there all the time, and there were 6 of us in the friend group, so it was pretty simple to deter people away if they managed to find the entrance at the garage. But, after constant pestering and the initial curiosity of others dwindling, we decided to invite them along. We made a big deal out of it, taking them to the dilapidated fence at the back of the garden and tying their jumpers around their faces as we led them blind through the maze of shrubbery and thorns to the garage. It was a decent drop from the hole in the roof, and even though my brother managed it, his friend had to be lowered down by his arms. Once inside, they were met with the stench of smoke that lingered from the floors above. We walked them through the kitchen and showed them the makeshift entrance to the basement. We told them the story of the metal door and how it didn't make sense, and gave them the option of staying in the first room, in pitch black, for 10 minutes or going in the second room in pitch black for 5 minutes, an offer many people initially picked until they got down the staircase. Second room, they said in unison. We all laughed, expecting them to change their minds immediately. One of the lads slipped through the hole in the wooden boards and turned right, heading up the stairs and positioning himself on the fridge. I followed the lad through the hole and positioned myself at the bottom of the stairs. I'd just like to say, at this point, all of us regulars felt complete comfort going down to the bottom of the stairs practically alone. We'd all taken it in turns when bringing people down here and had done it numerous times each, so this time was no different. There was a giddy, nervous atmosphere when the 2 youngsters entered the staircase. The torches we used were cheap ones we'd gotten from the market, so they cast an eerie yellow glow. Slowly, my brother and his friend made it down the stairs, clearly attempting to show face and act unmoved by the state of the rotten, decaying wood around them. But as they trenched through the mulch, they stuck close together. They took their time, so much so the guy at the top shouted for them to hurry, and both nearly shit their pants. When they finally got to me, I told them that this was the first room, shining the torch around the room through the doorway, and that they were to go into the next one, aiming my beam through the darkness to the frame of the other door. The room was a decent size, and as stated, the torches were cheap, but I remember taking notice that the beam that cut through the first room never seemed to illuminate the second room at all, as if there was an object obstructing its path. My brother's friend walked into the room, and as my brother walked past me, I grabbed his shoulder and told him that he didn't have to do this, and if he did, then he could back out whenever. With a nod and a dismissive wave, he followed his friend. They crossed the room, passed the table, and disappeared through the second doorway, as if walking through a dark stage curtain. I hit the button on my Casio watch to start the countdown from 5 minutes. I then aimed the beam of my torch up the staircase. The guy sitting on the fridge smiled excitedly and looked at his watch. "I really need to piss, dude, I'll be right back," he said, jumping down and disappearing back through the gap. I stood at the bottom of those steps for what seemed like forever. I could hear the faint giggles from across the first room. They seemed muffled, as if hearing voices from behind a door. "How long left?" my brother's voice shouted. 3.5 minutes, I replied, checking my watch. Now, in the basement, despite it obviously being underground, there was never an uncomfortable temperature. It was colder than upstairs but had no bite. There was never a chill. And, while being down there countless times, not once had any of us felt any sort of breeze. But, and this memory still haunts me a little, especially when there is a sudden shift in temperature, I noticed that I became very cold standing at the bottom of the stairs, to the point where I could see my breath when checking the time against the light on my watch face. The mumbles from the other room had stopped, too. I tried to focus on them to see if I could hear any movement or the nervous noises they had been making before, but nothing. I remember getting freaked out, I don't know what about, but I could feel my heart beating faster. The hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stood on end. I turned on the torch and stepped into the first room. "Yo, you guys are okay?" I called out. Nothing. No reply. "Oh, stop ducking about, Time's up. I called again, and again no reply. I shone the torch through the doorway of the second room, but just like before, it was as if the beam cut through the first room and then stopped at the doorway. I crept closer, calling my brother's name, but he never replied. Then, as clear as day, so loud it hurt my ears after the silence, a voice, deep, brash, and distorted, as if the sound had been twisted, bellowed. "Leave now." I froze on the spot. Eyes fixated on the doorway. Then, emerging from the gloom, ran my brother and his friend. Both as white as snow. Both with tears and snot streaming down their faces. The look of pure terror on their faces is something I have never been able to get rid of. They bolted straight past me, which snapped me out of the trance, and I followed suit. Before we could reach the doorway to the stairs, the sound of crashing came from the stairwell. 4 ridiculously loud bangs and the noise of snapping wood. The fridge was embedded into the wall at the bottom of the staircase. Without stopping, we all scrambled over it. The staircase itself was a complete mess, large splinters of wood stuck up like spikes. Luckily, and I don't know how, we managed to clamber up on our hands and feet without injury. Halfway up I looked towards the hole in the wall, praying it would be in reaching distance. Both the young lads were in front of me, both sobbing and screaming. Both ran straight past the hole in the wall. The metal door, locked before and with no key, we looked everywhere for it, stood open. Light from the garage exit spilled through the kitchen and down into the basement. As if it showed us the quickest way out. Instinct had set in by this point. And all 3 of us darted through the door, onto the table, and up through the garage. My brother's friend, too small to get down on his own, managed to get out without help. We ran through the garden maze. At some point I had to grab hold of my brother to stop him from going down one of the many dead ends we had created and, without a word, took the lead. We raced to the fence, squeezed through the hole, and collapsed on the field behind the property. I looked around. And there, also sitting on the grass, staring at the 3 of us, was everyone else who had been in the house. No one said a word. Everyone looked as scared as each other, except for the 2 younger boys. They wept, for a long time actually, as we all just sat there in silence and let them do it. Once they had stopped, we all got up, without a word, and went home. My brother said nothing to me on the way or when we got back. He went into his room, I went into mine, and that was the end of that. No one went into the house again. It stood for a year or 2 and then was demolished. Apparently one of the daughters had finally come over and claimed the land, only to sell it to some new build project. Now, a group of houses sits where the garden and house were. Nice looking houses, to be fair. My brother still refuses to walk past that estate. They never built on the land directly above the cellar, apparently, and I've never actually had this confirmed, but the builders refused to fill the cellar in for some reason. Just bricked it up and left it as open space despite being able to fit a perfectly good house on there. We only brought it up once within the friends group, and only because I convinced myself that it had been one of them that had opened the door somehow and moved the fridge, but they all swore it wasn't. They said that as soon as it started getting really cold in the house, they got spooked. They heard the voice and headed for the kitchen, noticed the door was open when they heard the loud bangs, and bolted. I tried asking my brother about the room, but he completely shut down when I did. He quickly stopped being friends with the kid who went down with him, saying they no longer had anything relevant to talk about. There are pictures that show the house after the fire. You can see the smashed window from the fire brigade and the black from the smoke around the top windows. The garage is located behind the house, so it is not visible in the photo. Also photos of the cleared land and of the new build with the obvious patch of grass where the basement would be. Ghost encounter. I've always liked taking bike rides down by the beach, but this particular day was just downright creepy. One day my friend and I decided to ride down to the abandoned road, which led to the beach. The town had the entrance blocked off with concrete barriers. We stopped at the barriers because they're right in front of the train tracks, and beyond the train tracks was the road. People always tend to stop there because it's a nice chill spot to talk and to watch the train ride by. Well, there were 2 guys chilling there having a beer, and we pulled up next to them and said, "What's up?" Since it was always rude to pass without saying hello. These guys were talking about a homeless man that we both knew that always hung out at that spot and that we always enjoyed talking to. I forget the homeless man's name since it's been so long, so let's just call him Bob. Bob liked to chill and have a beer like he normally does with the radio on, listening to whatever station, I don't remember, but these guys were talking about how he had died a few days prior. This kind of made me feel down because that person was a very cool dude. He'd occasionally take a puff of a joint we'd roll and talk about his life. Well, we said our goodbyes to the guys, and we crossed the tracks. Across the train tracks was the abandoned road, which is all broken up but still had all the paint markings on the ground like a normal street would have. The road leads straight into the lake. Where it breaks off, you could still see parts of the road broken up in the water. It was a very foggy day, so it made the road look really, really spooky. As we got further down, we decided to stop for a moment and take a smoke break. I said to my friend, "Let's go through that path," and pointed at a path through the trees. We like adventures through the woods, so I thought to myself, why not, especially on such a spooky day like this. This path was only made through animals going through it, so it wasn't a very clean path. We had to brush against the trees and the sharp bushes. When we got deep in the woods, we stopped, and our hearts sank. Over in the distance, in the middle of all the bushes in a clearing, is Bob. Bob is just sitting there on a fallen tree with his bike standing upright beside him. He had a beer in his hand like always and his radio on. All he was doing was just staring off into space. As crazy as I am, I tell my friend, "Hey dude, let's go up to him." He at first didn't want to, but I didn't believe in ghosts, so my curiosity got the best of me. I finally convince him to come with me, and we make it to Bob. When we got to him, I noticed his eyes were just pitch black, not 1 ounce of white in them. This creeped me out, but I had to make sure. I was like, "Bob, what are you doing here?" Mind you, this was the most random spot, so to us it didn't make sense why he would just be sitting in the middle of the woods. He said, "Just having a last beer before I have to go." I was like, "Have to go? Dude, we heard you were dead." He gave a creepy chuckle and continued to stare off into space. All I could say was, "So you're really not dead? You're not a ghost?" He gave another creepy chuckle and just kept staring off. At this point my hairs were standing on the back of my neck, and I was getting goosebumps all over. I look over to my friend, and his face is just all white, so I take this as a, "Let's get the hell out of here," and we rush out of the woods as fast as we can without looking back. When I got home I looked up recent deaths in town, and there he was, Bob. That was the creepiest ghost encounter of my entire life. I don't quite remember the cause of death, but still to this day I've never gone back. All the terrifying or weird things I've ever experienced. 1. The Curious Cats. 17 years ago. 5 of us went camping in the wilderness. For most of us, it was our first foray into deep woods to spend a night instead of just drinking on a beach. We were all in our mid to late teens. We found a deer trail in a clearing, decided to set up for the night, made a fire, and settled in. 3 of us couldn't sleep and instead sat by the fire roasting some hot dogs and chatting. I can't recall the time exactly, of course, but it was quite late, between midnight and 1 a.m. That's when we heard the low but very loud snarl of a wildcat in the distance. The 3 of us got wide-eyed and just shared looks at each other. Naive kids were not prepared for wildlife. A minute later, the next growl came from a different direction, followed shortly thereafter by another growl coming from the opposite side. We got spooked pretty good, as if we were surrounded by 3 points of a triangle. That worsened when another cat snarl came from the first direction, only closer. Then the second direction, also closer, and the third even closer. These bloody cats were each making a distraction in their one spot while the other 2 advanced. Then the second would make a noise so the other 2 could advance, as they kept taking turns. Outside of the situation now, it was actually quite remarkable to witness. The last snarl came at the edge of the camp in the tree line. It was a very small clearing we were in, so it was basically no more than 10 feet from us at the fire. We kept waving our flashlights around but could catch nothing. The only cats native to this area were cougars and lynx. We always assumed it was the latter. We never heard nor saw anything after that last noise. I assumed they just wanted to investigate the smell of cooking meat and were deterred by the fire and group of people, but man, wild cats scare the crap out of me. Needless to say, the 3 of us did not sleep that night. 2. A path less taken and stalked. 8 years ago. Again, wilderness fun. This one started off quite funny but changed quickly at the end. I was hiking with my friend in a national park, a family area with lots of foot traffic and trails, and very busy most of the year. The trails were quite easy, however, and we wanted to actually get some decent exercise, so we were watching for trails that branched off and looked somewhat more adventurous. All the trails had colored ribbons, and we spotted a small rough trail with a different ribbon down the way, so we decided to follow it. The trail became increasingly difficult until it eventually disappeared, leaving us with only the distant markers as our guide while we climbed up harsh terrain and forced our way through thick foliage. The trail finally ended as we reached a recess in the canyon wall with no other direction to go and a deathly plummet to the rocks and water below. What kind of god-awful trail is this? And we looked at the final marker next to us at the end of the line. Search and rescue. They were search and rescue markers we thought were trail tags. It was hilarious to us at the time, but we were still kind of annoyed. We began our long descent back to our campground. About half an hour from the end, I got a sudden panic. You know that feeling you get when you can feel someone watching you? That. Only with malicious intent. My mind was racing, and I just knew we were being watched and stalked by something. I began looking around and watching the trees behind and beside us. What was really concerning was when my friend noticed my sudden shift and said simply, "You feel it too." He expressed that he sensed something stalking us and knew it instinctively. Caveman sixth sense, ladies and gentlemen, it's real. Nothing ever came bounding out of the woods for us, thankfully, and the feeling subsided a couple minutes later, but that deep-rooted feeling of instinctual danger is still vivid in my memories. 3. Ghostly break-in. So here starts the truly spooky stuff. If you've made it this far and are still interested, these are the things that give me that uneasy feeling and cold shivers when I think or talk about them. Again, let's start with the easiest. 13 years ago. I had just bought a condo with my girlfriend at the time, but it was still being built. Word of advice, don't ever do that. In the meantime, we had been asked to house sit her grandfather's house until it was ready. The gentleman had recently passed away from skin cancer. It was quite a sad experience for everyone in her family, and I had met the man only a few times. He was friendly and funny, though, and I was sad I hadn't gotten to know him better. One day I was sitting on my computer in the basement, home alone in dead silence of course, when I heard a window shatter above me in the kitchen. Clear as bloody day, just the smash of glass and the tinkering of shards hitting the floor. There are no pets, and no glasses left on the counter. This was someone who knew the owner had passed away and was trying to rob the place. I got pissed off, paired with equal amounts of being terrified, and ran upstairs with the only thing I could find as a weapon on my way, a small plank of wood. Nothing and no one was there, the doors were still locked, the windows intact, and nothing out of place. I ran around and investigated every nook and cranny in every window and checked the outside, nothing. The shivers came at the realization that the noise wasn't an actual event but something else. All I can say is thank God it was midday and not the middle of the night. I later searched online, or at the time, maybe it was still Metacrawler? About the supernatural and sounds of glass. I can't cite sources now, obviously, but I do recall reading that it's a common sound to hear in spooked houses, not rattling chains and moaning, but glass breaking. Still gives me the willies. 4. A church, a school, and a bad joke. 18 years ago. There's a lot of story here, so I'm going to summarize the best I can. A friend of a friend lived in the basement in his mom's house. We were teenagers, that's what we did. The weird part about his house, however, was the history. It has a plaque by the front door as a landmark. It was the first school in this town when it was established. How that worked I don't know. It seriously was just the size of a regular suburban home, but I suppose depending on how long ago it was built, perhaps that was the norm. And it sat behind the lot of an old church. The quick history I recall is this: it was a school, it burnt down, it was rebuilt and became the dwelling of the pastor and his family of the church that was built next to the school. Fast forward to the present, and the church still stands next to it offering service, but now this guy lives in the house behind it. The house is creepy AF, it's old and creaks with every step and only gets worse when you go into the basement. One door in his basement dwelling literally just opened up to a small 5x5 space with a normal height ceiling but no flooring, just dirt, and much too small to be a closet. The framing was slanted down here too, so when you enter the main living room door from the stairs, the door automatically and slowly closes shut behind you. That's important information, folks. I wasn't particularly close with this person, but I was enjoying hanging out with him and my buddy, especially since I was fascinated by how creepy his house was. I've always loved this stuff. He mentioned a video he wanted to show us, and while his computer booted up, he'd show me the rest of the basement. My friend mentioned that this guy talks about ghostly stuff happening all the time, and I didn't believe him. I was also kind of a douchy teenager, so when he showed me his bedroom and I stated, "Oh, is this where all the kids burnt to death?" he was not very impressed. To my knowledge no kids died in the fire. I assumed it was a tasteless yet harmless joke. We went back to the computer, and he went to load the video to show us when the lights and TV began flickering. I'm going to spoil it right there quickly, that was a prank. The bastard was kicking the power bar under the desk, and it was causing this, and my friend played along. I kind of laughed it off but was sort of spooked, so I simply said, "Well, let's see this video, and then I should get going." That's when the computer locked up, and the door that always swings closed slowly opened until it was wide open. I gave a very clear "okay then, I'll just be going right now then," and walked out, and the door swung slowly closed behind me as I left. My friend left too, and we drove around until the sun came up. He confessed that the flickering was a joke, But the rest of the stuff scared the crap out of him too, and that perhaps my joke was in really poor taste. The guy that lived there didn't give a damn. He said stuff happens all the time, so it's no big deal, but I wasn't keen on going back, which I only did once with less angry but still unwelcome results. Recalling this event has me curious to learn more about the property, timeline, and people, but I don't think there'd be much to find. 5. Emotional hijacking. It gets bad now. Just recalling these two stories makes my eyes water. Even if I can't convey the terror I experienced in written form, I hope you get an idea of how absolutely bizarre and to the bone chilling these events were to experience. 21 years ago. I was sitting with my girlfriend at the beach. It was about a 45 to 60 minute drive down a small winding highway to get to this small waterfront district. Late evening, calm and warm air, and just the sound of water rolling in. We weren't talking, just sitting and cuddling while watching the water. This is incredibly tricky to explain, so I hope this makes sense. Something terrible had happened, something catastrophic, like that feeling you may have felt in your gut hearing about 9/11, or when you hear a description of a car in an accident and it matches that of someone you love and now they aren't answering the phone. A deep-rooted sense that something awful has just happened. I became convinced that either something incredibly bad had just happened, or was going to happen, or that someone I love had just died. The girlfriend didn't understand what I was talking about as I got increasingly upset and panicky, and then my eyes began tearing up. I explained that I don't know, I just know something's wrong, I have to leave right now, and I have to find a phone and make sure everyone's alright. Pre-cell phone time, of course, I still used payphones. She got worried real quick and simply agreed. This is obviously very out of character for me. As we were driving down the highway back, the sickening feeling in my stomach kept growing, and I felt positively ill. My eyes were just pouring tears, and I felt like I was about to have a complete breakdown. I have to pull over, I can't drive, I feel sick, and I began pulling over to the side of the road, under a streetlight next to a telephone pole. Leaning against the pole was a man dressed all in black wearing a hoodie, standing under the light, and I assumed maybe waiting for a bus or a ride to show up, and given the urgency of my need to stop, I was going to be pulling up right alongside him. This guy's gonna think I'm nuts or something along those lines, I uttered as I began pulling over, doing a shoulder check, and just trying to get the car safely to a stop as soon as possible. What guy? She replied, him. And I trailed off. I sat on the side of the road staring at the pole, and no goddamn person was there. There was no one around anywhere. Of course my girlfriend was freaking the absolute hell out now, which was quite a turn of events because the horrible feeling in my gut, the tears, and the panic all vanished as quick as a snap of the fingers. The only thing left was an incredibly deep shudder down my spine. She still recalls that event and brought it up a few years ago as we still talk, and how that was the weirdest thing she's ever seen. But not as weird as 6. The ghost who followed me home. 7 years ago. Again, a lot of backstory. I'm going to quickly summarize. I worked in a group home at the time with 2 clients. We worked one-to-one with the clients during the day, but the graveyard shift worked alone, as the clients usually slept or were well behaved. I had befriended the full-time graveyard guy and thought I could prank him. Because I'm still kind of a douche that loves scaring people, I stuck one of those creepy noisemakers from ThinkGeek inside the top of the office door, the one that every so often makes a creepy noise like a little girl giggling, whispering, scratching, a creak, etc. The door was metal. It was also our safe room from the clients if things went tits up and we needed to lock ourselves in, and the door had a hollow top that I slipped the prank toy into. For a few weeks the staff began talking about strange scary noises late at night, because of course the house was too loud during the day for anyone to hear it. Everyone began getting very freaked out, and I reveled in it like a true piece of crap, enjoying the fear of my friends and coworkers. Then one day I found the device, smashed, sitting inside my office docket when I came in. I was clearly busted. My friend had been very methodical and logical about it. He timed the occurrences, and right before he assumed it was about to happen, he would listen intently, moving closer to the source over a few days until he found it. He thought it was hilarious, the other staff not so much. Now nothing crazy had ever happened in this house before the years we all worked there, aside from graveyard staff stating they would occasionally hear what sounded like raccoons messing around in the attic, they hoped. For some reason this jest of mine made a blip to whatever was out there, and it came in like a moth to a flame. I'm working the evening until midnight, my other staff is done and gone home, as their client is asleep, and it's now a countdown until I'm released by the graveyard staff, my friend who found the device. Our office is on the top floor of a 2-story house and littered with security cameras inside every room but the bathrooms and the office. The property is a large lot with a wooded area behind, Some mansions sit beside it but at a decent distance, it's quiet. My client's room is directly down the hall from the office. The doors stare at each other when closed, and the bathroom sits between the two in the hallway to one side, and to the other is an opening that leads to the rest of the upstairs. Aside from the one bedroom, the rest of the upstairs is hardwood floors. The office is the size of a small bedroom and has 3 of those standard computer chairs, the plush ones with the 5-wheeled arms at the base. I walked to my client's room, in dead silence, and told him it was time to brush his teeth. He came to the bathroom, and we followed his nighttime routine, and he went back to his room to go to bed while I returned to the office. I was gone less than 2 minutes and was no more than 10 feet from the office, all the while everything was as quiet as you can possibly imagine. All the office chairs had been moved perfectly into the center of the room facing inward. The legs of the chairs were all positioned in a way that they were touching. My gut sank. The first thing I did was yell out my friend's name. I was pissed. I stormed around the house calling him out, "Where the hell are you?" and the like. The clients were real champs and just stayed in their rooms despite my sudden disturbance. After I checked the doors and windows, I figured I'd just watch the cameras. I rewound the tapes and reviewed the events. I left the office, did the stuff, came back, and then began charging about in a fury. There was nothing on any camera, nothing out of place, and no person sneaking about. There's no access into the room from outside. It's screened off and again on the top floor with a sheer surface outside. These chairs are heavy and make a ton of noise every time they're moved on the hardwood. I heard no sound in the silence. I called my friend and began demanding he tell me how he did it. He was very good at playing stupid. Do what? Come on, man, you know. How'd you do it? After a bit he confessed he was completely oblivious to what I was talking about and began live streaming me where he was, his garage at home, just leaving for work. Believe me when I say no one else would have conceived a revenge plan like this, the most annoying part being that people were mad, assuming I made it up trying to scare everyone again. How can I be so certain still that it wasn't someone else? Aside from all the aforementioned reasons that make it impossible, it's the fact that whatever did that lovely feng shui in the office followed me home that same night and woke me up around 2 a.m., spinning my office chair in a circle while my computer kept turning on and off rapidly. I did what I thought was best at this moment, which was to be devoid of any strong emotion, roll back over, pull up my blanket, and go back to sleep. Nothing ever happened at work or at my home after that night. Weird stuff happens to everyone, but I hope you got some enjoyment and intrigue from my little terrors. It's nothing amazing as far as some people's stories go, but I declare them 100% as truthful and accurate as memory allows. The Friend from the Graveyard. This is a true story. It was Mother's Day, and I went with my 5-year-old son to visit my mother's grave. We brought flowers, prayed for her rest, and sought protection from any evil. Everything was calm, and we had a normal day. However, something strange happened afterward. My son told me something that disturbed me deeply. He said, "There's a boy watching us, and he's following us." I asked him where the boy was because I couldn't see anyone behind us. My son pointed with his tiny hand, but I still couldn't see anything. In the following days, life went on as usual. I went to work during the day, while my son attended school. After picking him up, we returned home together. But after 2 weeks, I started hearing my son playing and speaking with someone. It struck me as odd because it was just the two of us living together. When I checked on him, I found him playing with his toy soldiers. When I asked him who he was talking to, he replied, "It's the boy from the cemetery. He says he wants to be my friend." Goosebumps ran down my spine, and I was left speechless for a moment, watching him play and converse with someone I couldn't see. Days went by, and my son's behavior changed drastically. We hardly did anything together, as he spent hours locked up in his room, playing with his invisible friend. His appetite decreased, and his school performance suffered. His teacher even called me in for a meeting due to his lack of attention and falling grades. I decided to take him to a psychologist, but little could be done. The psychologist attributed it to an imaginary friend and diagnosed him with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, suggesting regular visits to improve his condition. However, after 2 months, there was no improvement. Then, one Sunday, my son suddenly returned to his old self. He called me mommy all the time, wanted to play with me, and even said he was hungry and asked me to prepare something. I felt joy and relief in those moments and dared not ask about his friend, afraid he might return to his cold behavior. But that happiness didn't last long. That same afternoon, around 6 o'clock, he froze while opening the front door, staring at nothing. When I approached to ask what was wrong, his answer was chilling and still continues to haunt me in my nightmares. My friend went to find his other friends from the cemetery. They're waiting outside, wanting to take me to play in the graveyard, he said. My mind conjured up images of the garden filled with children who had passed away long ago, coming to take my son away for some inexplicable reason. I closed the door, locked it, and carried my son in my arms, retreating to my bedroom, where we stayed, not daring to venture outside. There were moments when I peeked out the window facing the garden, praying fervently, begging that they wouldn't take my son. Meanwhile, the sound of knocking on the door intensified, as if someone was trying to force their way in. I turned on the TV, raising the volume to drown out the noise. My son innocently approached the window and said, "There's a lady with a stick hitting the children. Look." My heart sank as he described the exact appearance of my deceased mother on the day of her burial. I was doing some hammock camping in the Monongahela National Forest a few years ago, and at some point, not far into the night, I got up to take a leak. As I stood there doing the deed, I was surprised by what looked like a bright flashlight suddenly being turned on in my direction. Maybe 40 to 50 feet away into the woods. I naturally called out, "Oop, sorry." Turned 90 degrees, and continued, thinking it was an equally surprised camper. As I continued, though, I came to my senses a bit. The location of my camp was far from civilization. It was approximately 10 miles along an abandoned Forest Service road, followed by another mile off trail in a different direction. Needless to say, in that moment I realized just how unlikely it was that other campers were in the same spot as me. I also wondered, why didn't I hear this other camper come up? Why did they choose to camp so close to me? And why in the middle of the night? Strangest of all, why didn't this camper turn away or say anything after catching me pissing? So a little nervous, but mostly annoyed, I glanced back and could still see the light in basically the same spot, still pointing at me. So once I finished and zipped up, I turned back towards it. I called out, "Hello?" At which point I noticed the light wasn't perfectly still, as if it had been randomly/accidentally turned on by itself in a tent or something and just so happened to be pointing towards me. No, it was bobbing and swaying slightly. I know how this sounds, but it very much reminded me of an anglerfish's light. I tried to cover the light slightly with my hand to see the person behind it, but it was just too bright. I would have shown my light in that direction, but I had left it in the hammock because there was still a good bit of light from the dying fire. Around this point, I got a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach, like fighting or flying badly, and I chose flight. I took a couple steps backwards, back towards my hammock, and suddenly the light shot towards me. It zoomed at me as fast as a person in a dead sprint, but it wasn't moving around at all like a person running with a flashlight. It was staying steady. As it shot towards me, there was this loud rustling sound that followed. It sounded like leaves being picked up and blown around in a strong wind. Seeing and hearing this, I panicked and tripped. I tried scrambling back onto my feet, but it was too fast. It got to me too quickly. Right before it hit me, I screamed out and closed my eyes. In that moment, I felt a shift, for lack of a better term, and I shot up in my hammock screaming. I looked around in the dark for a second, only seeing the embers of the long-dead fire, before grabbing my flashlight. As I swiveled around, I, of course, found nothing. I tried to convince myself it had just been a bad dream, but I couldn't. I've had plenty of vivid nightmares and plenty of sleep paralysis episodes that feel totally real in the moment. But this was different. It just felt more real, more vivid and visceral, than any other dream I've ever had. So much so that I didn't even consider going back to sleep. I quickly started the fire back up and stayed awake the rest of the night with a knife in my hand and my back to a tree. Throughout the entire night, I sensed a presence watching me from the same spot in the trees where the light had previously been. A weird entity with no hands or feet appeared in my dreams. I told this story to my parents years ago, but they never believed me. I may have exaggerated or modified some parts of this story for consistency, but I am certain that it truly occurred. One day, when I was 8 or 7 years old, I remember seeing a very strange commercial on TV. I don't know if it was real or maybe just my imagination, but it left me traumatized for a long time. What I saw was a completely white and empty room. Only with a barely visible door due to the very color of the room. Then this door opens and a kind of man without feet or hands begins to approach, wrapped in strange black bandages that cover his entire body, except his eyes and part of his legs and arms at the end of these. I also remember some characteristics of the person or entity. He had white skin with some parts a little reddened, and he had blue eyes. His features were completely human, except for how strangely long his legs and arms were and for the fact that normally people with missing body parts have a kind of stump. However, in this case he did not have a stump. Instead, the ends of his arms and legs were completely flat. As he approached, the music became louder and more disturbing. I got so scared that I turned off the TV and went to school. It was 7 a.m. when the event happened. Normally, this occurrence would not matter much, and in fact, at that time, it was common for children to think that they saw something on TV. TV channels were rare. But this does not end here. After a while, maybe 2 to 3 months, it was 7 a.m., and I had to go to school, but I was tired and accidentally fell asleep in the living room armchair. I had completely forgotten about what happened that day, and I wasn't even afraid of that thing anymore. I wouldn't have reasons to dream about him. Or did I? This time I was completely paralyzed in the armchair. It was night, and I heard noises from the entrance of my house. There was a dark passage that I was terrified of. After a few seconds, the noises stopped, and I heard a kind of footsteps. It wasn't footsteps, it was more like hitting concrete with the ground. I was observing a slowly approaching silhouette, wobbling. The noise sounded louder when I saw it again. It was the second time I had seen that horrifying thing. He turns his head and stares at me, staying completely still. Then for an instant he moved extremely fast, about to catch up with me when I woke up, and I went to school, scared because of that weird dream. I had a lot of questions. What was it? What did he want? Was it real? Or just an illusion of a fearful child? I wish it would end like this, and I will never remember it again. Years later, I forgot these experiences again, although sometimes I remembered what happened and thought about maybe it was just my imagination. Nevertheless, I had my third and last experience with this entity again. This time was in my room. I was very depressed because I broke up with my girlfriend of 3 years, so I decided to sleep all day. I would get up and go back to sleep until, at some point, for no reason, I remembered these experiences and decided to dig a little into my memories. It was difficult to remember, and my memories were a little blurry, but this time I felt a kind of sadness towards the entity. It was very strange, but maybe he was not trying to hurt me. I was never a believer in any kind of religion and even considered myself an atheist since childhood, but for a moment it crossed my mind, and what if it was a spirit that could not rest? I decided not to think anymore and went back to sleep, a serious mistake. Once again I found myself at night, this time in my room. The windows were closed, the curtains had a strange pale hue, and my room was only illuminated by the dim light of a light bulb. Something was different, it was not my room. I heard a strange sound, and I recognized it again. It was the same as my other encounters with the entity, only this time, I was able to move. I was scared, my heart was pounding, and my breathing was agitated. I closed the door to my room, which opened into a long, dark passage. As time passed, the sound got louder and louder, and I had a strange feeling of exhaustion. I asked myself, what's the point of all this? When I noticed a silhouette, barely visible through the curtain, watching me. My heart seemed to stop while I stared at the entity. The sound had stopped. I was so terrified that I couldn't move. I just watched it, trying not to look away. I stared at it, trying not to even blink. A few seconds pass, and I hear the glass crackling. It was at that moment that I realized what I had to do. Run. I quickly opened the door and heard the glass shatter violently. Without looking back, I ran down the hallway, with each step bringing the sound of footsteps closer. I reached the stairs and slipped, falling to the entrance. My whole body ached. I heard how it was approaching quickly, and without thinking about it, with my last strength, I opened the door and tried to escape to the outside, but it was too late. Crawling, I turned to see the entity approaching me, moving like a kind of spider with that horrendous sound, and then I woke up. Since that day I think about it sometimes. It's been 2 years since the last time I dreamed about the entity, but to this day it terrifies me. I have no explanation of what it was or why it appeared, I just know that I don't want to find it again. Is what my sister and I see demonic? Okay, before I get started, I want to just let you know that I'm going to briefly describe different scenarios that have happened between my sister and me. I would appreciate your candid opinion regarding the nature of the experiences my sister and I have encountered. Allow me to begin. So I will begin by sharing a terrifying experience that happened to me. So, it was around nighttime, and I was rinsing something out in my laundry room sink. To the right of me was the back door of the house, and then there was the entrance to the kitchen. Now that you know the layout, I'm going to start my story. So, my mom had asked me to help her clean around the house, so I did. Duh, she's my mom, I can't say no. But I was about to start vacuuming when my mom told me that the vacuum needed to be cleaned out. So, as I was emptying it, I noticed a sponge that was part of the vacuum that was very dirty, so I walked over to the laundry room sink to get it nice and clean. I start washing the sponge and drenching it in soap, minding my own business. As I began washing that nasty sponge, I saw my mom walk past the kitchen doorway. She caught my eye from my peripheral vision, and I wanted to call her over so she could see how much dirt was coming out of that sponge. As I shout "Mama," I wait a second, expecting her to answer me, but instead, I notice her walk right past and not even turn her head. I looked in her direction, and what I saw was definitely not my mom. The figure I saw was completely black. It was built just like my mom, though. She was pregnant at the time, so I noticed that the figure had a belly, and my mom always had her hair in a ponytail just like the figure. The figure had perfect posture, and as it walked past, it wasn't bobbing up and down as it should have been, it looked more like it had floated past. I know. Very strange description, ha. After I realized what happened, I shouted louder for my mom, and she wasn't responding. I left the laundry room to find out she was sitting outside on the front porch. She was never even in the house when this happened. I knew whatever that was tried mimicking my mom for some reason. Does anybody know if this could be some type of demon? I have no idea. Now, I'm going to tell you a story about my sister, Ariana. So, one day she was sitting in her room watching something on her iPad. She had her knees up so she could place her iPad on her lap as she was watching. As she was minding her own business, she noticed a figure standing right by the entrance of her room. She described it as being very, very tall, extremely slim, with pale white skin, sunken cheeks, bright white eyes, and lips that looked extremely red and were abnormally wide, smiling at her. It was very still as it watched her. She immediately looked up at it as she put her knees down. She got extremely scared and closed her eyes, trying to convince herself there was nothing there. But, as she opened them back up, the thing had never left. She threw her iPad on her bed and bolted to her bedroom door. But, as she was passing that thing, she said it moved beside her in a way where whenever she passed it, it made her bump into its body. She was struggling to get her door unlocked as she noticed its head was fully turned towards her. Its body was still facing the bed. She immediately ran to my room, swung the door open, and just stood there, looking at me. I immediately knew something was wrong. She had this look on her face. She looked as if she had just watched somebody get murdered. Her face was completely pale. Her eyes were bloodshot. I immediately asked, "Ariana? What happened? Are you okay?" As those words left my mouth, she started sobbing and crying. Struggling to get any words out. She literally started hyperventilating in fear of what she had just seen. I came up to her, calming her down, sat her on my bed, and she told me what had happened. Chills ran down my spine, and I had goosebumps all over my body. I was terrified for her. This made me angry in a way because, whatever it was trying to scare her. But my question is, for what? Does this thing, seriously, not have anything better to do? At this time my sister was 12 years old, and she continued seeing disgusting things all around the house. It's like these things she sees are trying to get something out of her. Perhaps her fear empowers these entities over her. I don't know what it could be. I pray to God every night about letting my sister and me have full authority and power over these entities that we see. Furthermore, only me and my sister have seen things in our house. Nobody else. There was even a time when I had a friend over and she saw something at the same time I did. But I saw the full-on figure. She only saw the shadow. I've heard things about mediums and how they can feel and see/sense spirits or demons. I was wondering if I may have something similar to that. Sometimes I'll be sitting in my room, and I feel the presence around me change. Or when I walk into a room, I can tell something is off. I have seen things in other people's houses as well. I have so many more stories I could share. If anybody wants to hear them, please let me know. But the fact that my mom, dad, and my older sister have never seen or experienced something in my home, except for Ariana and I, is weird. Please let me know what you guys think about everything. Thanks for listening. Haunted Cottage. I and my girlfriend, let's call her Hazel, moved into an ancient cottage this July. This cottage was a holiday home, but because of coronavirus, the owner wanted to rent it out. A week after we moved in, we blessed the house, every room except the attic, which we cannot access, with sage and set our intentions. My girlfriend grew up in a very haunted house, a very old ex-undertakers and funeral home, and seems to be sensitive to paranormal energies. When we moved in, she sensed a joyful childlike energy downstairs, an older woman's energies in the back room upstairs, and something she described as an animalistic dog-like energy, which she couldn't quite put her finger on and described as hiding away until it gets to know us better. As the months passed by, we started to feel a lot of static energy throughout the house and an evil and increasingly threatening energy upstairs. I didn't notice these occurrences and energy as much, but Hazel has felt it for a while. She says there are different layers of energy running through the house. Last Saturday our washing machine broke randomly. It kept adding more and more water, and we were unable to make it stop, even after turning it off and on again at the plug. If we were out, it would have flooded the ground floor of the house. This episode happened the same day that Hazel told me how she was feeling about the house. The day after, the exact same thing happened to Hazel's parents' washing machine, after Hazel told her mom about our machine over the phone. We have a home. Later that day, Sunday, we were in the front bedroom chatting quietly about the broken washing machine, and the Google Dot started talking about washing machines downstairs as if it was talking back to us even though it cannot hear us standing a few meters away from it, let alone upstairs. Then, last night, after attempting to bless the house again, Chris said on the phone that I should ask you about the paranormal activity in the house. Hazel asked the Google Dot to set a timer, and it set the timer and then, out of nowhere, started listing all the psychics near me. Then when Hazel asked again about the timer, it said there were none active. A few weeks ago, we were going to bed. Hazel did all the usual nighttime stuff, turned all the lights downstairs off, and went upstairs. When Hazel came out of the bathroom, she could see from the landing that someone/something had turned the touch lamp on as if to make her go back downstairs to turn it off again. We tried to bless the house again yesterday, but the smudging stick would not stay lit. We used 4 different lighters, which we know work, and each one wouldn't stay lit long enough to burn the sage, as if something was blowing them out or they were running out of gas even though there was plenty left. The same thing happened when we blessed the house the first time. We've been hearing heavy footsteps, like someone/something walking around the room, aggressive banging, like a single fist hitting the wall hard, knocking, and aggressive scratching through the ceiling in the kitchen, coming from the back bedroom, and through the ceiling in the front bedroom, from the attic, which we cannot access, like a big dog desperately and aggressively digging its way through the ceiling. Always after dark. Hazel also hears knocking and banging 24/7, but always in a frequency that, because of my hearing loss, I never hear. We feel like we're being watched constantly. Hazel feels a demonic evil energy that she feels is threatening her directly. The incident with the Google Dot telling her about psychics was as if it was calling her by name. She has been trying not to connect too much with the spirits here, as this is not the first time a demonic energy has been threatening her, but since Saturday, when she sat in the back room and tried to let herself see, she can see what it looks like clear as day in her mind's eye and can see it following her around the house, staring at her. She sees a crawling black figure with shadowy/smoky skin roughly the size of a 7/8-year-old boy with a too wide toothy smile and red cat-like eyes, which holds its head upside down. When she first let herself see it, it was clinging to the corner in the back bedroom, hanging upside down and staring at her. Once she started to describe it to me, it crawled down the wall onto the floor next to her, where she then lost sight of it. That night, when she was going to bed, she kept telling me that it was under the bed and she could feel it waiting for her. Then when she was in bed alone, she saw it crawl up the side of the bed next to her and lie on her chest, staring at her. She tried to stop seeing it and go to sleep. Hazel has always been a generally healthy, robust, and energetic person, but since moving into this house, she has been constantly drained and ill and has felt nauseous every single day. I have started feeling nauseous too in the last couple of weeks. She also hasn't been able to sleep either and has nightmares almost every night. Furthermore, a couple of days ago, whilst I was asleep, at 6:10 a.m. I sat up in bed, shook Hazel awake, and said, "He did it to all the houses." She asked me who. Joe. Then I lay back down and was unresponsive. I have no memory of the event. Hazel feels as if the entity is threatening her directly. She has been having bruises appear on her knees and lower legs as if from nowhere. Also, yesterday, she had shooting pain in her shoulder for no reason whilst going upstairs. The house, particularly the back bedroom, is always freezing cold no matter how much we heat it. Also, in the summer, when we first moved in, the house was extremely cold even despite the warm temperature outside and took days to heat up. Hazel is not sure how or why she can connect with spirits, but she has always been able to, even as a child. Why is Hazel able to do this? Is there a word for her abilities? Thankfully, we're moving out in February, but Hazel feels it getting more and more aggressive and threatening. What should we do to get through the next few months? Thank you in advance. My girlfriend warned me about the entities in her backyard. I didn't believe her until this happened. A short background on my girlfriend: she always saw things since she was a child. A hooded figure with bony hands behind her in the mirror, a wounded World War II soldier lying in pain in her grandma's bathroom, a humanoid figure with black skin and bloodshot eyes staring at her through the trees at my university, misty figures following her classmate in the hallway, and she can sense if a place is heavy. She told me she never dared to interact with them, because one time she stared back, and it followed her home. I used to tease her that maybe it was just her imagination, until I decided to live in her house. In contrast, I was always the logical one. I didn't grow up knowing these superstitious beliefs. I was, in simple terms, a science enthusiast and a physics fanatic. I used to hold the belief that logic could always explain the world. To give you a simple layout of her place, it is a corner lot in the suburbs, and her backyard is made up of 2 adjacent lots behind the house. The vegetation was not thick, only a few trees here and there, but the place had never been developed and so was left untouched even before her family settled. We decided to live together because both of us got a work-from-home job. Eventually she took a liking towards gardening, so I helped her do a bit of landscaping in her backyard. That was when she told me this. Whenever you are trekking on unfamiliar grounds, or if you intend to disturb the place, always say tabi tabi po. The term is a Filipino word for please excuse me but is intended to pay respects to the unknown entities that might be living in that particular place. She said I should always do this every time, even if I had already been there, so that they won't get angry. What are they? She said they are ancient beings that already claim the land, and if you give them proper respect, they will leave you alone. However, those entities in her backyard are not what actually scares her. As I said, if you leave them alone, so will they. It's the one that is in her house. Back when we were first dating, I had the pleasure of visiting her home. When I came in the door, the corner of my eye caught an older woman sitting on the couch, facing the TV. My first thought was that she might be a visitor. The strange thing was, they never interacted with that woman. When I went out, I asked my girlfriend who their visitor was, the woman with dark skin and curly hair sitting on the couch. She looked puzzled and just said, "What woman?" That was when she told me there was always a dark spirit/entity living in their house. There were times when she would swear there was someone moving around in her sister's room, but when she opened the door, no one was there. There were times when she would pass by her room with the lights off, and something dark seemed to be dancing around the bed. There were times when she was alone, and she would hear the fridge open and close, or the dining chair would make a sound as if it were being dragged slightly. She would tell me that whenever she was alone, she would just stay on the porch until someone came home because she couldn't handle the heavy feeling of being watched. As a Christian family, they would sometimes invite a priest to bless their house again to ward off evil spirits. One priest even confirmed that her sister's room had a very dark aura. But, regardless of how many times they do this, nothing changes. Her closest experience with this entity was when she woke up at around 3 a.m. That was when her mom was out of town. She went to her mother's room and saw that the door was open. She looked inside, and no one was there, and as she was closing the door, she felt something tall and dark was standing behind her. It sent chills down her spine and made her heart thump like crazy. She did not dare to look and dashed to her room. She tried her best to calm herself that night. It's been a long time since she felt that kind of fear. As a matter of fact, she is not someone who gets easily scared. She can watch horror movies all night long and would just laugh about it, while I can't even watch one without having someone around and half closing my eyes. So, back to where I was, helping my girlfriend clean out her backyard for some gardening. I was stubborn when it comes to superstitions, so as expected, I just brushed off my girlfriend's advice. The first incident was when I cut down the bananas. I just thought, what could possibly happen? That same night, I had a sleep paralysis, which I rarely had before. I was lying on my side with my back facing the window. I was wide awake, then I sensed the curtains moving, as if something was crawling inside. Slowly, I felt shivers down my back like something was there, watching me from behind. I tried my best to fall asleep again. I told this to my girlfriend the following morning. She scolded me for why I did not pay my respects. That's why they gave me a visit that night. I felt foolish and confused. Is this actually real? She advised me that there is no harm in doing it, even if I don't believe in its effectiveness. So, on the next landscaping activities, I tried my best to utter the words tabi tabi po whenever I was working at the deeper parts of their backyard. Until one day, I forgot. Her mom instructed me to make a temporary pole for the newly installed faucet at the back part of their backyard. I decided to just do it the easy way. So, I found a piece of cut wood with a sharp edge like a stake. I pierced it to the ground and pounded it repeatedly until it was halfway deep, then tied the faucet at the top. I never thought about it for the rest of the day until I fell asleep. That night, I had the strangest dream. I found myself walking deeper towards the backyard, and accompanying me were several people. There was a little girl, a slightly overweight old man, and some women and men. They were guiding me deeper into what looks like her backyard, but slightly different. The trees were not here before, and it looks like a new world. I realized I should stop walking, and they stopped too. Among all the people that were there, I can sense that the most dangerous one of them was the little girl. It feels as though she masks her evil with the innocence of a child. Then the old man said to me, "I'm giving you a chance to go back. Go now while you can. I will try to stop her, as she gestures to the girl. I did my best to walk back while keeping my eyes glued to the old man and the girl. I can see the girl is trying to get past the old man, and while the old man is blocking her path, the girl is growing more and more frantic as he does so. I know I don't have much time. I hurried to my girlfriend's house and went behind the gate. In her backyard, there was a small metal gate that separated her house from the yard. There should be a padlock here, I know, because it was my daily routine to lock this gate. But I couldn't find it until I saw a small light coming from the backyard. It was a candle, its small flame flickering on the ground. The old man is still preventing the girl from passing, and I went back to check what it is. As suspected, behind the candle was the padlock I was looking for, and it looks broken. It was bent and unusable. I picked it up from the ground, and as I looked forward, I saw something standing close to the fence that sent shivers down my spine. It was a humanoid figure with the face of an owl. It was tall, and it just stared blankly at me with those huge black eyes. It was obvious at that point that this was a message, simple and clear. Do not test us, nothing will keep us from you. I went back inside the house, knowing that the gate was still unlocked. I tried to close all the doors, but something is preventing me from locking them. I peeked at the backyard and saw that the girl had already passed through the old man and was making her way towards the house. She was singing a song, and as she got closer, her voice grew deeper until she transformed into a grown man coming towards the house with malicious intent. The man stopped at the doorway, talking me into coming outside. I realized that maybe that was the end of his territory. He couldn't come inside, because maybe something much more powerful was already here. I confirmed this when I turned around and saw a group of people I had never met. It's them, I thought. One of them approaches me. He's an adult man that looks tribal, with long hair, dense muscles, and an air of superiority. He seems to be their leader. He told me in his world, what I did should be paid with a higher price, perhaps a leg or an arm. He faced me with a combat stance and started throwing punches at me. In this situation, all I did was guard myself from his attacks. No matter how hard I blocked them, the punches were on a level of power I cannot comprehend, passing through my guard like a hot knife on butter. He was playing with me, because I knew that if it actually landed hard, I would feel a great amount of pain. He stopped sparring when the other people there told him that it was enough. Then I woke up. I told my girlfriend everything I saw in my dreams, and she scolded me again for being hard-headed by not paying respects. She told me that it was not only one or two entities that are currently residing here, but rather a group of them. She told me that no matter how many they are, they choose to live in harmony with each other, and so should we. She said that these entities and spirits are a mix of good and bad. I recalled that some of them helped me, while some tried to do harm, and some just gave me a warning. Later that day her mom instructed me to go to the backyard and say sorry for disturbing their peace and not paying respect. I did exactly that, and I didn't dream of it again. Several months have passed, and whenever I remember that entity with the face of an owl, I still get shivers at the back of my neck. Who knows what else could be out there? Who knows what could have happened to me if I went deeper into the backyard or if I faced that little girl who turned into a man? Would I still wake up that day? I thank all the good spirits who helped me, and I pray that the bad ones will leave me alone. Starting that day, I started to believe. Even if I can't really sense or see them in real life, I know that they are out there, watching us go on with our daily lives. Remember, if ever you go somewhere you're not sure of, pay them respects. It might save you. The thing in the playroom closet. I grew up in a small Kansas town named Atchison. I learned at a very young age that the paranormal is very real because when I was about 4 years old, my mom and stepdad rented a house on Kearney Street that came with a not-so-happy house ghost. It centered around a spare bedroom on the main floor that was attached to the dining room, specifically the closet. My parents made the spare room a playroom and filled it with toddler toys since I was an only child. One bright and sunny morning, my uncle had set up a toy tunnel to play with. It was basically a bunch of plastic hoops connected by lengths of multicolored plastic fabric. At one end was him, being his usual goofball self, and at the other end were the closet doors. The first few times I wiggled through it, nothing happened. But the more times I went through, the darker the closet got, until the last time when something loudly whispered my name. I remember going into the empty closet, seeing that there was nobody there, and having a meltdown. My poor uncle was completely unaware of the situation. I was also kind of a brat. My mom was a big fan of making me stand in corners when I misbehaved, and her favorite corner to stick me in was in the dining room, directly across from the playroom. I constantly heard that thing whisper my name or tell me to turn around. I never did. I'm not entirely sure, I may have been dreaming, But one night I think I saw it. My memory goes like this: all three of the bedrooms were upstairs, my parents' room, my room, and my future brother's room. I had just graduated from the crib to a big boy bed and sometimes rolled out of it onto the hardwood floor. Usually I would just crawl back into bed and go back to sleep, but this time was different. I noticed there was a faint white flickering glow coming from the staircase. I, being the curious child I was, went to investigate. As soon as I peeked my little face around the corner so I could see into the dining room, I saw what used to be a woman, glowing bright white and blue, with long wispy hair and a white funeral dress blowing gently in a breeze that wasn't there, floating across the floor. As soon as I noticed that her face was a skull covered in patchy desiccated skin, she turned to look at me with eyeless sockets and started coming at me. I ran into my room and hid under my bed for the rest of the night, which passed uneventfully. I woke the next morning to my mom pulling me out from under the bed, thinking I had rolled out again and had fallen back asleep on the floor before I could get myself resituated. I look back on it now and see that's probably what happened, but the memory of that thing in the dining room is seared into my memory. It was so vivid that for my whole life I've been convinced it really happened. Today the lot where the house stood is just a strange alley that leads from Kearney back to another alley at a T intersection. These events took place in 1982, and I will carry the memory of them forever. But they were just the beginning. I haven't disclosed my experience to the public, but here's what I experienced. You want real for you? Careful what you seek. 1. I will make this clear up front: this is ultimately a testimony and what single-handedly turned me to Jesus. 2. Every word is the 100% truth, and my memory is crystal clear. There is no part of this that is fuzzy to me because it was so traumatic I cannot nor want to forget. 3. I am not here to force believers, convert anybody to Christianity, or embellish. 4. I understand bringing religion into this will turn many away, that is fine. I see this as my personal truth and simply wish to share my experiences because there is a small chance this will protect others from horror they've never experienced. With those things out of the way, I present my experience with the demonic. Background: I grew up raised on Christian values, even attending a Catholic private school for a couple of years. Despite this, I was a standout problem child and never really believed any of it at all. I found some of the stories from the Bible interesting but overall detested going to church. Nobody in my family really forced the religion on me, I just happened to be within a family that held mild Christian values. With that said, none of them were really devout Christians themselves. This is important because it should be understood that I was quite aware of Christian beliefs but never actually took them as truth. Let's jump forward now to my teenage years, where this all began. At the age of 12 I was engaged with all things mystical and mysterious. I read books and browsed websites on everything from ancient aliens to conspiracy, ghosts, mediums, witchcraft, the Illuminati, and the demonic. This was around 2003 to 4, so just past the turn of the millennium. All of these things were of great interest to me, but I had no actual evidence or reason to believe any of it. It wasn't until my family had made the decision to move that these things became more viable. My parents had locked in on a house they thought was perfect for us and were close to closing the deal. My mother wanted her mother, my grandma, to come approve of it first. While I ran around the empty rooms trying to decide where I would have my bedroom, my mother showed my grandmother around. After the tour was given, my grandmother felt uneasy about the house, specifically the second floor. She didn't like the way it was set up and worried about what would happen if there was a fire while I and my sibling were up there. This wasn't enough reason to deter my mother, though. After they checked over the potential new home, we proceeded to head back to the car. While on the drive, my mother mentioned to my grandma how she was weirded out because she could have sworn she saw a little girl staring at her from the second floor window. This led my parents to investigate the history of this house, and they found to their amazement that there was in fact a fire on the second floor of this house many years prior and that a young girl had perished in the flames. With that said, that strange coincidence was not enough to stop them from trying to buy the house. It was actually the fact that upon inspection there was found to be a roach infestation, and my mother would not have any part of that. This led us to finding our actual new home in another nearby town. This house was approved of much quicker and had the okay of my grandmother as well. So a couple busy days go by, and we are pretty much all moved in and set at our new home. This is when we get a knock on our door. Turns out it was the woman who previously lived there who sold us the house. She wanted to pass a message on to us. The message being that her mother had died in the house and that she would occasionally appear, but that we shouldn't worry because she was friendly and was just attached to the house. We will keep this on the back burner for now. Cut to a few weeks later. I had made a new best friend who lived right down the street from me. My house number was 112, and his was 12. I thought that was pretty cool, but there was no special meaning there. It wasn't long after that I became close with his family, and they in turn became close with my parents. We would regularly visit each other's homes for get-togethers. The first get-together we had, my friend's parents asked mine about the move, and my parents filled them in on the details. This is where things got a little strange. To our surprise, my friend's family actually lived in the house we were looking at prior for a good decade. Where they proceeded to say they moved because that house was incredibly haunted. They said there were 2 different ghosts in that house, one of which was a young girl and the other a malevolent old man. This shocked my family, so far intuition was on point. My friend had 3 older brothers, 2 younger brothers, and 2 younger sisters, one of whom they adopted. They also ran a daycare out of their house, so it was quite packed on the daily lol. Each of the older brothers had traumatizing hauntings happen to them in that house. The oldest brother, who was 21 at the time, still wouldn't sleep with the lights off because of it. This was the first point in my life where I saw multiple people confirming and agreeing upon spiritual activities in a real capacity. Now let's jump forward to about the age of 14. Following my same interests, I was fascinated with the ideas of ghosts and spirits. I wanted nothing more than to interact with them in some way or another, but despite the past mentionings, I myself hadn't seen one single shred of their existence. It was frustrating. I tried all manners of contact, bought crystal balls, stared into mirrors in the dark, looked into black ink, researched Enochian, literally everything under the sun, but nothing would work. That is until I opened a Ouija board on my 15th Christmas. I didn't immediately use it, but one day my friend and I were chilling per usual, and I had remembered the new Ouija board I had gotten for Christmas. I asked him if he wanted to use it with me, and he hesitantly said yes. I made him go down into the basement with me because where else would be the perfect place to use it? I had just opened the box and placed the board when my friend chickened out on me. I mocked him and told him, "I'm going to do it by myself then." I placed the little piece on the board and proceeded to ask it questions. But to no avail, nothing. I was extremely disappointed. I thought for sure this was going to be it, but no. I put it back in the box and brought it upstairs, and that was that. Or so I thought. Boy, was I as wrong could be. Immediately over the next couple days I started experiencing things that were unusual. Simple things at first, like lights being funny, my dogs acting strange, and objects and doors moving. This, however, was spectacular to me. I had no fear whatsoever. If anything, I was extremely excited and more into the occult than ever. I thought, this is it, what I've been waiting for, paranormal activities. These types of things continued for the next couple of years steadily. Then it finally happened. I saw my first ghost ever. I was 16 at this point and had been making my way from the kitchen through the dining room towards the living room. While I was gapping between the kitchen and dining room, I saw what I thought was my mother walking towards the kitchen from the connecting hallway. I took note in my periphery of her pink dress, which threw me off a bit because my mother normally doesn't wear such a thing. It wasn't until I made my way through the dining room to the living room that I saw my mother and father sitting on the couch watching a movie. This instantly made me take 5 because I realized my mother not only was not wearing a pink dress but also was not in the hallway going to the kitchen. I proclaimed to my parents instantly of the shock and surprise I was in, but they straight shrugged it off and continued with the movie. I didn't press the issue because I was now elated with the fact I had actually seen a ghost, and I had instantly presumed it to be the prior owner's deceased mother. I would go on to look at her as a guardian spirit of the house, so to speak, though I never did see her again. This event was ultimately a bad thing, because it put me more at ease with the idea of communication with the dead. I took her spirit as an example of what all spiritual things would be like. Which pushed me further into looking for such things. However, over the next 2 years, things progressed for the worse. I developed insomnia. There would be random spots in the house that would make your blood run cold, doors would knock over and over, and things would be thrown out of closets and off dressers and shelves. One of the creepier occurrences would be electronics acting without electricity. Dolls would speak their recorded sounds on cue without batteries. Because I had taken the batteries out of all such things to try and prevent this, lights would go on and off repeatedly, and I've even had TVs go white static and start blasting max volume. I would unplug them, and they would stay on and get louder. This scared the straight crap out of me, literally getting chills through my body reminiscing about this right now. These weren't things where I could question other possibilities. These things were seen as nothing other than what they were, impossibilities. There was one night in particular where it clicked and the fear had taken permanent hold of me. I had recently at the time gotten into the Harry Potter books. I was a big reader as a youngster. I was sitting on the couch in my basement, which was now redone as a TV room. Where lots of the things would happen, I had one of those little bendy lamps used for reading books as my only illumination. I was thinking to myself how great these books are and how I thought it was funny people at the time thought they were of the devil. I shit you not, as I'm in this thought process, the light bulb explodes, projecting the glass shards at me. Luckily no harm was done, but I instantly hopped up in fear and ran out of my basement to escape the dark. I flew up the basement stairs, where dolls started going off. Some bins of toys were kept under these stairs. The fear jolted in me. I sprinted even faster and finally opened the basement door and reached for the hallway light switch in front of me, flicking it as quickly as I could. Again, I shit you not, as soon as I did, the hallway bulb exploded. At this point I'm thinking, no effing way is this happening right now. This happened 2 more times again in the living room and once more on the 2nd floor once I made my way up those stairs. 4 light bulbs exploded in total. Now again, I am quite rational despite these things. I am aware this could be a very coincidental electrical wiring problem, but everything that ultimately happened says otherwise. I made it to my bedroom on the 2nd floor, where things normalized and I finally had light. It was at this point in life where these experiences were taking a toll on me, really ramping up my insomnia. I was in constant fear while at home due to these things happening left and right, some of the things so common I barely batted an eyelash at them. Now before we get to the big one, I want to give just a few more descriptors of everyday occurrences at this point. While lying in bed I would do everything in my power to avoid looking at my closet, which had a nasty habit of opening wide, so I would be gazing straight into a dark void. And before you say draft, I might add I would lock/blockade it regularly. No matter what I did, this freaking door would push itself wide open, moving whatever blocked it right out of the way. It got so bad I tried bargaining with it, telling it was free to do what it wanted as long as it wouldn't open on me while I was trying to sleep. I am 33 now, and I tell you as a well-rounded adult that this was not mind tricks. Not every night, but quite a few of them, I would feel things crawling beside me onto my bed. Not in the general sense of where your mind is questioning if you're actually feeling or not, but in the sense that the spring mattress would straight indent and compress as the invisible force crawled right beside me. Again, this scared the shit out of me. I would freeze in fear. The last occurrence that I would see all the time affected other people. Due to my sleeping problems, I was always the last one to fall asleep. I witnessed multiple times people's arms being raised in their sleep like they were reaching for the sky. There was a day when I had a cousin and 2 friends crashing over, and I watched as, one by one, their arms were rising in the air. It made me feel like whatever this was, it was taunting me. Showing me that it could do whatever it wanted to whoever. The real kicker is when I was sleeping on an air mattress in my younger brother's room, 4 years younger. I did this because at this point I was so terrified to sleep alone I needed to be near somebody to feel somewhat safe. As I was dozing off, I watched my little brother's arms raise into the air. The only difference is this time he actually woke up while it was happening. I watched him groggily realize what was happening to him, and he jumped up to his feet, turned, and ran into the freaking wall out of terror and panic. I legitimately started laughing because I had never seen anything so absurd and shocking in my entire life. The way his feet moved like an old cartoon, like he was Sonic the Hedgehog, the way the blankets jumbled beneath his scurrying feet, and the sheer speed at which he hopped up and darted into the wall. Safe to say, neither my brother nor I got any sleep that night. So if you have made it this far, you understand at this point whatever is going on has been ramping up and becoming more bothersome by the day. And this is where we climax. I had grown quite brave at this point because these things were so regular and common I simply just became used to them. I was able to sleep solo once again. So there I am, lying down on the couch against the furthest back wall in my basement. This was generally where I slept and hung out at this point in life. I had 3 dogs, one of which was a little white chihuahua named Baby. She was the most timid, docile, scaredy cat of a dog that you could imagine. Everyone who has pets understands that you come to learn the general behavior of them. I had just turned off the lights and popped onto my back when my little baby jumped up to sleep on my chest like she always does. This is where the single most terrifying thing in my life happened. Baby instantly goes on alert and stands up, growling into the darkness. She does not ever act like this, her fur is raised and her fangs are bared. I can immediately perceive that this little dog is trying to defend me from something despite her tiny stature. This puts me on full alert, and I sit up to also peer into the darkness while she still stands guard on my lap. Next thing I know, she cowers, her tail goes between her legs, and she whimpers and flees. Before I could gauge what was happening, my arms were pinned straight down to my side, and my back was forced straight down onto the couch. I can see enough to tell you with 100% certainty there is nothing there. While forced down, it feels as if I was pushed 5 feet through the couch, like my soul was pushed straight out of my body. I was so consumed by fear that there wasn't a single thought in my head other than static and panic. It seemed like forever, but in reality it was probably 10 seconds. As soon as this force let go of me, I hopped straight up in my undies and darted through the darkness towards the stairs. This is the part I want to make crystal clear because this right here is the part you never want to experience. Those who think the paranormal and ghosts are cool have not experienced this sensation I am about to describe. I tell you, I felt a tangible hatred that was unlike anything I've ever felt. It was the feeling of something that hated every fiber of your being and wanted nothing more than to destroy every last bit of you in the most malevolent way possible. It was inhuman, the sensation. It was in this moment I understood hell is real, and this was something from there. There was no doubt in my mind. It was a sense of knowing absolutely. It was the predator, and you were the prey. I scrambled from room to room in my house, and just like before, every light bulb was shattering. I could not escape the darkness. I made it to the second floor and burst into my parents' room screaming. I swear on everything they would not wake up. I shook them and yelled. Nothing. I then ran to the only other person in the house at the time, my little brother. Same thing. He would not wake. It was like trying to shake somebody out of a coma. I tell you in all honesty, I was 18, considered myself a man at this point, and had loads of pride. Still, this did not stop me from hopping right into my brother's bed next to him and pulling the blanket over me. Now you would think at this point I was safe, right? Wrong. This thing repeated what it did in the basement. It took hold of my body over and over. I could feel my mind breaking and my soul dying right in my very body. After the 10th time I was completely hopeless. I had almost given in to defeat, on the verge of being scared to death and demolished by demons. This is when I remembered something I heard many a time from my Christian upbringing. Pray to Jesus. I swear to you on my eternal soul and all that I love and hold dear, the moment I cried out to Jesus, the shit stopped on a dime. 15 years have passed at this point, and I have not experienced a single thing mentioned ever again. I haven't even come close to getting the feeling that something paranormal is near. Every single bit of the experience has vanished. For the next year straight, I started praying at night, spending at least 15 minutes per night before bed going through all my prayers. Though I don't pray as much, I am every bit as faithful, if not more, at this point in life. However, that's not the complete end to this saga. The very next morning, I tried my best to explain to my parents what happened. I can't say they fully believed me, but they at least listened enough to help me out. I thought about how it all seemed to start when I first used the Ouija board, which led me to do a quick online search on how to dispose of such a thing, because I did not want that thing/portal anywhere near me again. It said online that the only way to truly close it was to burn the Ouija board. So that same day my parents and I brought it out back to the fire pit. Now I must say I was hasty here and left the bidding to my parents because I didn't even want to look at the thing or be near it anymore. Funny enough, it was years later I was regaling the events with my mother, and she gave me a bit of surprising news. She proceeded to tell me that she did in fact believe me, because that day, unbeknownst to me, the Ouija board would not burn. She expressed how she and my father doused it with gasoline, and it still was unscathed. They ultimately threw it out into the trash can and watched the dump truck take it away. I figured that must have been good enough because again, nothing ever came back. I like to imagine that it eventually got incinerated at the junkyard at some point. That's pretty much the end of that, but I can still provide one more happening that I found quite coincidental. When I was speaking of my mother and father, it was really my mother and stepfather. I say this because when I finally told my blood father about this ordeal, he went on to tell me all about how he was severely haunted in his youth. And, similar to me, was a non-believer who happened to call out to Jesus for help. I can't say for certain, but this has led me to believe that there may in fact be some kind of hereditary thing going on here. Like I started out saying, I have not fabricated or embellished even one bit of this. I have pondered the thoughts of such things as mental disorders, but to that degree, I still have two things to go against that. 1. Doctors have continually found my mental health to be fine. 2. No matter what the case, it stopped forever on the drop of a dime the moment I called to Jesus. Thank you all for listening.